Serious tunes.
Previously on Blutora Divided. The group returned from their venture to Cragwater Crypt, where they learned of a group called the Dirt Snakes. This group had been impersonating the Errolin assassins and causing trouble around Nautabu and its surrounding regions. This information was given to Queen Neri of Nautabu, who entitled the group with the Sigil of the Veil, a pendant given to the most trusted individuals or groups to the Queen. She directed the group to an elder wizard by the name of Sirivatho for further assisting an urgent matter in the city of a number of disappearances in the Lunar District. Upon meeting Sirivatho, the group is introduced to Wizard's Wisdom, a seemingly grand library with a heavy dose of illusion as far as the interior shifted based on if the door was open or not, and dependent on who was entering. The group was shown its true state, a seemingly endless collection that sprawled onward as far as the eye could see, as well as an unknown distance both upward and downward, with countless floors packed with bookshelves. Siri, the wizard, bestowed upon the group a stealth-based scroll and the promise of allowing them to browse more of the library if and when the matter of the disappearances is solved. He offered up the information he knew of and sent them on their way. The Lunar District turned out to be a very tightly packed, extremely dense region of the lower tier of the city, with each building squished up against one another, with no large roads and many dark alleyways. Upon splitting up and searching for any clues of misdeeds or the like, Pippa noticed a handful of anxious and skittish individuals, all making their way to a boarded-up and nondescript building in the district. Eventually, without much else to go on, Pippa decides to enter for herself and hope for the best. Upon entry, Pippa quickly finds out that the building is not at all what was expected, as she finds herself in the middle of a brothel-type establishment. During its peak hours, currently separated from the group, who themselves are making their way towards the same building. Also, just pulling up chat real quick. Don't mind me. Get that on my phone. There we go. Also, as the rest of the group has started making their way towards the location in which they were informed Pippa was investigating, Kulan has decided to remain back at the fountain in case anything else comes up, so that they can keep eyes in that area. Officially out of range of the telepathic connection. So, Pippa, you are inside the building right now, and we have a few moments before the others arrive at the destination in which they were directed simply by the singular lamppost artificially lit by your spell right across from the street where you entered. What would you like to do? Now I'll go back to this where we're at interior. Hold on. Holding. Here we are. Okay.
Ah, yes, the cheery music.
Classic brothel music here.
The clothes I got. I ain't about to do a Google search for brothel music.
What, Potato didn't have that on cue?
I'll have to hit up Potato and put it on his playlist.
Yeah, Pippa's a bit taken aback. Not sure what to do. She's gonna look around.
Just browse a little.
What is Pippa looking for? Or perhaps who? I don't know. I don't judge.
You want to go there, DM? I will.
And fade to black in 3, 2.
I'm looking because Pipra is quite young. She has not seen many establishments like this. She is kind of unsure what to make of it, but is still like kind of on mission. She's looking for someone who I guess just someone to chat with and see if they know anything about the disappearances.
There's a lot of people in here.
Yeah, I'm looking for someone who's not engaged in doing anything. It's just kind of off to the side.
I would say make a perception check. So there's a little bit of a bustling about amongst the people that are in there, which kind of makes it hard to pinpoint any one distinct person or handful of people who might kind of fit what you're looking for. You can see that within the interior of the area, you're still in this kind of entry hall that kind of has some different rooms offshooting from it. And as you look through each of these rooms, you can see that there are various figures who appear to be the reason many are here. You know, you've got, from what Pipra understands, it having not been familiar with this kind of a place whatsoever, she sees these various figures of all types, really, who are kind of the center of attention, whether it's some might be dancing, some might be kind of walking around and talking with some of the various people who are more closely aligned with those who you saw enter the building, the kind of like being somewhat secretive sort of visitors to this building, if you will. You get the idea that, you know, they don't want it to be known that they are here, their identity and all of that kind of stuff, but there's a lot of those people, and they are very much enthralled with like all of the people who are acting as kind of the center of what is going on in each of these different rooms and whatnot. And that makes it tricky because there's not really any people that are just on their own. It's, you know, small groups, crowds of people and whatnot that are kind of together or all kind of focus on the same thing. There are certain individuals kind of by the doorways, sometimes towards maybe the back of a room or so, that are dressed mostly in black and seem to be unfazed and uninterested in what is going on in these rooms, and you kind of get the idea that these are probably some sort of I guess security, for lack of a better term. People that are just making sure that, making sure that everything's kind of, you know, staying chill. That'd be the closest you could get to people who are on their own, but at the same time, they don't feel very approachable, so it's difficult.
The next time I hear from Hera, it's just gonna be help.
Beep.
At this point,
Now, I didn't take you for the time.
Get in here. Help me.
well, okay, at this point, you guys wouldn't know what is on the inside of the building, unless Pipra specified. Did you specify in your message, Pipra? Or no?
No, they just hear me saying, get in here, help.
Okay.
Okay.
You guys can
relay?
see the lit lamppost across from the boarded up building in which you were directed. At this point, you haven't seen anybody approach the building. You just have the light across the way. But you can see the door. It's currently closed.
To Ocean and to Sam, I go, very quickly, might be danger. Go in now. And I go in the door, I like open up the door.
Okay, without knocking or anything?
Without knocking, just open up.
Yeah, we weren't taught a secret knock or anything.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to say I was panicked.
No, this is good. Okay, so Hera's leading the way.
Yeah, Sam in quick succession, shield and sword raised.
Okay, so how are you opening the door? Is it just like a hasty approaching and open? Is it like a full on kick the door down? Is it
Elbow
like
barge and open my cloak to reveal my staff, kind of thing, like fully combat ready.
okay? I'm just gonna.
I have caused chaos. Oh no.
Okay. All right, so as you do so, you feel a little resistance on the door. It's not locked, but you feel a little resistance, and that resistance gives after a little bit, and as the door swings open, the first thing you see is what appears to be somebody who is just on the other side of the door, who has now been knocked onto their butt, and you get the idea that was the resistance behind the door. And the door swings open, this person falls onto their butt. You can't really make out any details about what they look like, but you see in front of you, all of you guys who are peeking in now, this dimly lit interior, and you can suddenly hear this kind of the sound of, you know, a smaller place with various voices, people talking, little crowds, like, you know, you're at like a party or something. You just kind of have that lingering sound in the air of people talking to one another. So the sound of the door opening doesn't, you know, reverberate through the whole place or anything like that. You can see down the hallway a little bit, you can see Pipra, who's just kind of like standing there very awkwardly, just kind of unsure and just looking very out of place and everything. And you can see some other figures within the hallway, nobody of particular note so much, a couple of them that kind of glance over towards the door, and some of them just kind of give like a little slow clap, thinking it was, you know, some kind of show, I guess, that was like, you know, meant to be put on or whatever, and they just kind of continue about their way. The person who fell onto their butt from the door being swung open just gets back up and motions for you all to enter quickly in a kind of like somewhat anxious manner. What do you do?
Gonna look around, kind of seeing that there isn't any danger. I'm gonna just act as though this staff is a walking implement and continue on in, like using it as a hiking stick almost, just going, yep, normal enough procedure.
Okay. The rest of you?
Looking around very confused.
Yeah, Sam is like, okay, slowly putting away his sword and then just mostly covering his eyes with a hand.
Okay.
Sam Ocean, I can only apologize.
Right. So as you guys step in, the door quickly closes behind you. Go ahead.
Pipra? What is this?
I think I've read about these places before. It is not a good place.
Well, that depends entirely on who you're asking, I think.
As you say that, you can hear from one of the side rooms like a kind of elevated tone in a handful of people's voices as a small cheer is let out. You can't see what's going on in that room at the moment, but you just hear that.
Uncle Giga.
I don't know. Everyone seems so happy.
So I hate to get to business and tear you away from your free time now, Pipra, but does this have anything to do with our current abduction search?
Well, there was a lot of suspicious people coming in here.
Yes, it's
I
a
didn't know
brothel.
what it was. Perhaps we can still find some information out here.
I'm patching salmon.
Yep.
Can I look around and see if anyone is like out of place in the room?
Make
From the
a
peeky
perception
holes
check.
in your fingers?
Yes. Let me see here. That is a 8.
Okay.
Like you said, it's hard to see when covering most of your face.
Yep. So you're definitely trying not to see more than desired, but you get a lot of what Pipra had been seeing earlier. It's groups of people. It's certain groups of people who are kind of focused on a handful of individuals kind of throughout, who are the ones in which you are shielding your eyes from, the entertainers of sort, the ones that have all the attention in the room and everything. And as a result of that, there's not really any lone individuals outside of the occasional kind of darkly dressed individuals who are appearing to be just trying to keep everything in line and just minding their own business just at their various posts throughout.
I don't think the answer to our mystery is here, sadly.
As you guys
quietly scoots towards the door.
As Sam is awkwardly just trying to find a way out, it is at this point that Pipra, you can sense a set of footsteps that are approaching you from not directly behind, but from one of the doorways in which you aren't facing at the moment. Do you, it's not in a threatening manner, but do you acknowledge when you sense this person walking towards you, or do you keep your focus on the group?
I'll turn around.
There's just like a little split second thing. Okay. As you turn around, you see a shorter half-elven woman, Barrow descent. She's got curly blonde hair, and she's got hazel eyes, and she's approaching you, looking directly at you. This individual appears, at least based on dress, to be one of the individuals of whom this establishment is focused on. And she approaches you and gives you a little wink and kind of nudges her head in the direction in which she is walking as she continues past you and on her way.
I don't know what to do.
Hera,
So
you would have seen
contact
this. You would have seen what just happened.
Directly to Pipra now. I'm just saying. So are you in contact with the cult, or is this a flirty thing?
What do I do?
Would Pipra like an insight check on the passerby?
Sure, we'll insight check the wink.
Okay. Try to think of what Pipra would do in this situation.
16.
Pipra gets the feeling that, although not familiar with this kind of place, it felt like an invitation.
Can I also make my own insight check to see, like, the general vibe of that particular thing? Is that I would like some custom kind of invitation, or is that I am doing secret occult things that involve kidnapping kind of invitation?
Go for it.
Perfect, that's a 4.
From what you gather, that is an individual who was definitely trying to flirt with Pipra.
Perfect. Okay.
You guys can hear another small cheer from one of the rooms on the side.
I follow her.
Okay.
Ooh.
Do you say anything to the others, or do you just start following? Keep in mind, it's Well, the room, you can hear the crowd's voices kind of off in the rooms. They aren't very loud, and in the hallway at the moment, there's not really much talking going on at all, out loud. You still have that telepathic connection, but just to give you an idea, the hallway is a little bit quieter than the rooms.
Telepathically, to Hera, I go, I found someone to talk to.
Well, I hope your talk is fruitful. I'll leave you to it for half an hour or so.
Cut that out.
Noted, will do.
Okay. And the rest of you guys watch as this shorter, blonde, half-elven woman kind of walks into one of the rooms in which there are kind of a larger gathering of people, and Pipra follows as I assume Hera turns to the rest, or the other two of you who are standing there. Anything that you guys would like to do or say or point out, or...
I'm keeping my telepathic channel open to Pippa right now, and I'm gonna just declare to the rest of them. It seems like Pippa might be busy at the moment. I've got her on speed dial, but you all saw that, right? This I'm not making up what I just saw. Is that right?
Hera's the only one who saw that little interaction. You guys can you saw the half-elven woman you know, lead Pipra into one of the rooms where there's more people, but you didn't see like the wink or anything like that.
I'm not seeing anything at the moment.
Yeah, you look over and Sam is literally just like this, just kind of like, yeah, just backing towards the door.
I see so much. What do I see? What do I see?
Yes, Cody, explain in detail what they
Besides,
Yeah,
you see figures in dress.
Yep, I'm gonna pull up Microsoft Paint and I'll start illustrating exactly what you see. Yep. So you guys are just kind of
here if you need me.
Are you guys just gonna remain in the hallway for the moment?
I'm gonna remain
I
in the
think so.
hallway. I'm gonna see if I can find myself something to drink, something to eat, and I'm
Okay.
going to just simply chill for a bit.
Yeah, easy enough to find in the hallway. There are some various tiny little things, just little things to snack on and drinks to be found that are just kind of provided. So, Pipra, as you follow this person pretty quickly, you can see that they notice that you indeed did take her up on this seeming offer. You walk through this room, which was from where you were having your conversation with Hera. You were facing the entryway to the building. This doorway would have been the first one on your left, whereas there was another one closer to the entrance exit of the building. So this one was kind of deeper in the hallway that you went into. As you enter the room, you can get a better sight of what's going on in this one. In this one specifically, there is first what you can see, a handful of individuals of all sorts, shapes, and sizes who are kind of a part of this crowd, all, you know, kind of dressed with cloak-like clothing, things that they can kind of like hood themselves over with and hide their identity and whatnot. But in the current moment in time, they're not worried about any of that. It's kind of, you know, hoods are down and everything like that, and they're all just kind of like taking in what's going on. And you can see on the other side of the room, kind of on this little miniature stage sort of thing, there is a muscular human man. He's got like a light beard, shorter brown hair, and this muscular human man is definitely showing off those muscles a little bit for this crowd of onlookers. Crowd of onlookers who is who are very enthralled in what's going on at the moment, but
So huge and shiny.
very
Grease to the gills.
very Halcyon type. Anyway, this blonde woman leads you kind of in between where the crowd is and this individual who is kind of on this. I don't want to say like stage per se, because it's not quite that grand or fancy or anything like that, but definitely, you know, where the focus of the room is. Kind of leads you through to the other side of this room. You can see a couple of the various, what you can imagine to be some sort of security guards or so that are just kind of scattered throughout. There's no, like, you know, increased presence on one specific side or in one location or anything. It's just kind of what you would expect, one here or there. And they don't even bat an eye at any particular one person. They're just kind of very like military-esque, just kind of like looking straight forward. You don't even know that they are even alive. They're kind of just full statues at this point.
Okay.
You make it to the other side of the room, and this woman turns and goes to grab your hand, or goes to take your hand. What do you do?
Boop.
Do you just kind of let her? Do you pull back? Are you saying anything? Because she hasn't said anything yet.
I guess I tentatively let her.
Okay. All right. She grabs your hand and she pulls it forward and kisses your hand a little bit and says, "I noticed you as soon as you walked in here, but I can tell that you've never been to a place like this before."
No, it's not my usual scene.
Well, there's a first time for everything. It is at this point you hear another one of those cheers, and it's in this room. Do you turn to see what it is or no?
Sure, DM. Tell me what's going on. Why are they cheering? Do tell.
So the cheer as you turn in this room specifically, the cheer that you hear is you've noticed that one of the crowd of onlookers is now has joined the stage with the individual who was the muscular individual who is up there and is you know, awkwardly not sure what to do up there, but is kind of, you know, like a part of kind of like what is going on and the entertainment of what is happening up there. And it's kind of like, you know, in a much more innocent sense, like at a concert when like a fan is brought up there and they just don't know what to do and they're just kind of like awkwardly up there, but it's like cool and everyone's like, yeah. It's kind of that vibe, but, you know, less innocent. And you kind of get the idea that that kind of thing it probably happens a fair amount throughout here. You can tell that interestingly enough, the person on stage, the brown-haired man, is got a, you can't quite put your finger on it, but is just got a strange, I guess, a lack of any kind of like emotion, I guess, for lack of a better word, maybe, because like you're not really gonna have much of that going on, I don't feel like, but it's just weird. There's just this strange kind of coldness, I guess, about that individual for whatever reason, which is a little more noticeable now that there's somebody else who's kind of on the stage next to him. It is something you take note of, but do you continue focused over there, or do you turn back to the other woman?
I'd probably turn back to her.
Okay.
And say, I'm surprised the place is so busy with all the disappearances going about.
I don't know anything about any disappearances, but I can tell you that this place is usually always packed at about this time of day. Is this your first time in the city?
Yes.
I had a feeling. Can tell that you're not from around here, but she kind of glances down towards your feet and kind of, but it's not for that reason that I would assume such a thing. You've just got a way about you. And is at this point that she takes another step closer to you, and she's still got your hand in her hand. Pippra's brain right now is just like the buffering, like...
I don't know what to do. Yes, that emote, Happy.
Feels bitrate, man.
um. I guess I'll kind of nonchalantly just keep talking and kind of ignore her getting closer for now.
Okay. So you're just trying to stall a
and
little bit?
say, yeah.
Okay.
They say several people have been going missing in this part of town lately. Give me 1 second. I'm still trying to figure out my words. You stun locked me.
While you're figuring that out, are the rest of you doing anything in particular? Or are you all just kind of waiting in one way or another to hear back from Pippra?
I saw that Hera got some snacks, and so Ocean does the same, and gets some nice snacks. And goes next to Hera.
Okay.
Hello, Ocean.
Hello.
Do they have any establishments like this where you come from?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Still no word from the old brain about where you come from then, huh?
I don't know, but I do know now how I'm called.
That's good. That's an improvement.
Yes.
That's better than nothing.
We do know.
We
Yes,
do
yes.
indeed. This is a funny place to be discussing this.
Maybe. Is it? Is it a funny place? Is this not normal?
I'm going to lean into Ocean's ear and whisper what this place is because I don't think he's fully understood it yet.
Are you just gonna give him all the details, just like, so this is what happens here?
Every bit of the details, leaving nothing to the imagination.
Okay. So this is a cultural thing, yes?
In a sense.
Ocean, make a history check.
History check.
Goodness me.
19.
You don't necessarily remember anything specifically or in detail, but the concept of this kind of place doesn't seem entirely foreign, or like it's not like a brand new concept that you're hearing for the first time. Like it kind of like there's a faint little bit of like kind of like, oh, you know, like there might be some faint kind of remembering of what this kind of place is.
But yes, now that you say it makes sense. This place makes sense a lot. Yes.
If the seat feels sticky, don't sit down. Anyway, You have a nice snack there. Would you like me to refill your drink?
Sure.
I refill Ocean's drink. I don't have anything else to do here.
All right.
I'm
Okay.
passing time till Pipra's.
All right. It is as you're going to refill Ocean's drink that you hear from one of the doorways into the hallway. You hear a bit of a deeper voice kind of call out in your direction. Now that was an entrance. Do you look over?
I look over.
Okay. You see a taller elven man, lengthy black hair, and very deep green eyes. It's kind of tall and lanky of sorts, and the voice is a little deeper than you would expect. But just from like presentation of this individual, you kind of get the idea that like an entrance like that is like so very much this person, and they're just kind of a little over the top in every kind of sense of the word, especially in how this individual is dressed, because yes, this is seemingly one of the individuals of focus in this establishment, whose attention you have caught, Hera. And this individual just is kind of
Why do you have that emote?
because Chad bullied me into having it. Anyway, this individual is now focused on Hera and was just kind of watching you pour that drink and had called that out. What do you do in response? Seeing this individual in the doorway, who is at this point, by the way, this taller, lankier figure, it kind of like doing the classic like leaning with an arm on the doorway, trying to like, you know, present a little like flirtatiously or so.
Okay. I'm passing the drink to Ocean, going, there you go, chap. Thank you. I
There you go,
take pride in. I take pride in the way that I present myself, as I can see you do too. Care to exchange notes?
Is it this that the individual says, well, it's not often we get a like-minded individual such as myself in here. It gets rather dull at times. First time?
I like to add an eccentric flair to the things I do, of course. First time? Excuse me, who exactly do you think you're dealing with here? I'd almost take offense to that.
Well, all right. Say less then. Could I interest you then? And he kind of steps to the side and as if to kind of like an inviting way back to the way in which he came.
I follow.
Okay. All right. As you follow through this room, it is a lot like the other rooms that you have seen around and similar to the one that you saw Pipra had walked into. Except in this one, there's no like I guess stage sort of thing going on. There is a handful of individuals who are in here, but it's more of like a kind of just interacting with one another, like people kind of talking. There are some of these very, you know, standoutish individuals, such as this elven man, who are just kind of, you know, bouncing around from a couple people to another and just kind of talking and making their way around and just kind of, you know, prying and poking at who might be interested or all of that kind of stuff, just, you know, as you would expect in a place like this. It's kind of more of a social room, if anything. And you can see that as he makes his way through the crowd, he's not saying a word to you, and he is making a beeline for a very specific couple of doors towards the back. Are you continuing?
Make an insight check, if that's okay.
Go for it.
I'm going to insight check this guy.
Okay.
That's fantastic. 5.
One better than last time.
I know, it's 3, 4, and 5. I'm really, really rolling amazingly recently.
All you can gather is at most or at best you can gather, is there is some action to be had, and that's about the extent of it. You notice that by the doors in which he's approaching, there are a couple more of the security-like figures. He hasn't said anything. He was just kind of leading you over there. Do you continue to follow, or do you
I'm
change
going
of plans?
to continue to follow for now.
Okay. All right. He reaches the door, and he goes to open it. It's not locked or anything, but he opens it, and it's a bit darker inside. But he turns and looks at you and just kind of lets you know something to the effect of like, once you go in, there's no turning back, kind of a thing. And you are left with this choice.
Okay, I will.
It wasn't threatening or anything by that. It was entirely like more of the scene of this kind of place.
What I'll do is I'll take out the notepad and quill from my bag and I'll go, so, note-taking! And I'm going to step in the room and I'm going to talk his ear off for the entire time that he expects something happening.
Okay. All right. Back to Pipra. Have you decided what you're going to say?
I got very distracted by what was going on.
Yeah.
But why should you choose a brothel?
Because I knew how funny it would be.
I will say we were warned to be careful in this area, but a little danger never scared me.
Well, if it's danger you want, you're not gonna get it from me, but I can offer some other things. And she kind of looks you up and down, and then meets your eyes again.
Insight check.
Go for it.
30-20.
Ooh.
DMing you.
Ooh.
This is the equivalent of a whisper.
Why the smirk? No time. No. And he taking his time.
Yep.
Hera is Ezuru, and they're a sorcerer. They're basically magical human.
Pipra is a Warika, which is a race unique to Blutora. It's a mostly elven race, but a lot of sort of very subtle hawk-like features, bird-like features, such as Pipra's always walking around barefoot. Pipra's got a special ability about so long as being barefoot can kind of sense any individuals or anything that's kind of walking within 40 to 50 feet in any direction at any given time, as long as it's on the same surface, things like that, and some other subtle things as well. And Pipra's also very tall, but Pipra's race is generally tall. Hera's just like tall for her race.
Let's see.
I'm sending you this. Hold on.
Pipper
How
is
many
6 foot.
people?
Yeah.
Hera's 6'4", but I'm wondering how many people have we met that have been taller than Hera so far? Because I know that I know the barbarian twins both were.
He's still
How goes
typing.
the whispering?
Yep.
He's still typing.
I'm just figuring out how to word it the best.
This is.
If you want, I can close my ears and. Hey, Flem.
Oh goodness, Floan, you joined at such a
This
terrible
is a
time.
Okay.
This is the Blutora equivalent of a beach episode.
Oh, Floan, you're here for the brothel scene. No further context. And you'll never guess which character is getting the most action at the moment. Because I can tell you, it's definitely Toot.
Dude, no.
Does Hera have recognized features? What do you mean? Like,
She has an eye tattoo that I'd usually wear in person, but did not have the time today.
oh yeah.
And it's basically a big, it's a wing, and she got it matching with someone, but it's only on one side. The other person has it on the other side. She's very, very tall. She's 6'4". She has kind of Mediterranean olive tan skin. One of her eyes is slightly darker than the other. And she likes wearing the color green. A lot of her clothing is green.
Let me know once you've read the thing too, and what your course of action is.
I DM'd.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Pull out. Nothing is going on. There is a blonde lady kissing my hand. That's it.
Oh, listen. This this blonde lady. So you can rewatch it. Like, you can go back and listen. But this blonde lady is very much trying to get Pipra into a little special room.
A rubber room. A rubber room with rats.
He
rats
said
made
that's
them
more than I
crazy.
got going for me.
Oh, Happy got their camera fixed.
Yeah, just wondering if I should wait with it or.
Yeah, I would have to. You might as well just
Yeah,
not have it today, because as soon as you put it on, everyone's cams move to a different spot. So then
Fair
it gets
enough.
all.
I guess
Yeah.
I fixed it for nothing.
Oh, I'm
no.
so sorry, yeah.
It's okay. It'll work next time at least.
You not want to fix it on break, Cody?
Well, to fix it, we would have to do it. I mean, if everyone wants, we can fix it and move it all around. I can't do it off stream. Like, it's all going to be shown on stream.
Yeah.
Unless I were to like end stream and bring it back up or whatever. So
Do you have hold transition for scenes? Because if you
I don't know how to do that.
Okay.
I know it's a
Actually,
thing. I just have never figured it out.
That's
And
fair
just do OBS Studio mode or whatever.
That's
I don't know what that
typically
means either.
So typically, when I used to stream, and this is going from knowledge that's at least 2 years out of date now.
Is that self promo?
It is, yeah. Twitch.tv /
respect.
ErrolThree,
Okay.
by the way.
Okay.
Start
All right.
everything.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. Okay. Say less.
If you're OBS Studio, then you can switch into studio mode, and you can hold the transition before you activate it to go from one scene to another. So you can preview what it's going to be like, make edits to that preview, make edits to that preview, and then only when you're happy with it, transition it.
So if I click studio mode, everyone's not going to see anything different.
No, the live one is on the right, and the one you can change is on the left.
That's the one.
Studio mode. Whoa. There's preview and program. So I guess preview is what I'm seeing, and then program is what everyone's seeing.
That's the one.
Also, chat doesn't care if you fix it on stream.
Yeah, I figured they'd be fine with it. I just don't know how long it would take. I'll have to play around with studio mode to get used to it at some point.
It's fun.
But yeah, around break we can just go ahead and fix it.
Amazing.
We'll do that. Okay.
Right, let's continue.
Dude, I sent you.
Yes,
Hey.
yeah.
Also, let me know if there's anything that you are relaying telepathically over the course of in between your words with this individual.
I'm.
Because whenever you
Can I
relay
get a hold
information-
of Hera?
Yeah,
You are
I've got
still in range.
continuous Beep. Yeah,
What's the range on
every
it,
6
Hera?
seconds. 120 feet.
Yeah, you still got range. Have you come over and said anything to anyone, Hera?
I'm just relaying the situation as it happens to.
Okay. So you were all listening as and kind of like you were listening at first kind of like in fear as like you were hearing the describing of Hera entering one of these special rooms with this elven individual, and you were like, please, Hera, stop. You were like waiting for Hera to stop, but you were fearful that Hera was going to keep describing everything, and then just when you thought it was going to get at its very worst and you were going to hear what you didn't want to hear, it just suddenly completely pivot 180s, and now you're hearing about how Hera whipped out the notebook and is like doing this note-taking shtick and is like just talking this dude's ear off, and it is just going completely a different direction in this room. So that is going on in the meantime.
Oh, I enjoy the chaos of that.
I'll play along with her, by the way.
Okay, are you gonna follow her as she...
Yeah.
Okay. So, this shorter half-elven woman who has had your hand this whole time, she turns and pulls you along with her as she heads towards a doorway that is towards the back of this room. A couple of the security individuals were kind of posted around. She opens the door, and is another kind of more dimly lit room than the one with the kind of crowd of people that you're in at the moment, and she ushers you inside. Are you doing anything as you enter this room, specifically saying anything, or are you just completely following her lead?
I want to cast Dispel Magic.
Dispel Magic?
Yep.
Let me take a look at that.
Choose one creature, object, or magical effect within range. Any spell of 3rd level or lower on the target ends. For each spell of 4th level or higher on the target, make an ability check using your spellcasting ability. DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. On a successful check, the spell ends.
Thank you for reading that. I still need to read it with my own eyes to understand what I just heard. But that's for chat.
Understandable.
Where is it on your... is it an action, or... I can't find any spells. Oh, do I just need to refresh? Level. Did you just get it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why
it's
I have
counter
it.
spell for spells that have already been cast.
Yep. I just like to read it over just in case, refresh my memory here.
I thought it would come in handy. I didn't know it'd come in handy soon. Or hopefully will work. If not, I'm gonna cry.
What was that you just said?
I said I hope it works.
You're casting this at 3rd level? Yeah, because you're maxed out at 3rd
level spell.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and make an ability. Go ahead and roll.
Spell.
Yep, go ahead and roll. And you're add your what is it? You add your spellcasting ability. Is that the one? Am I reading that right?
My spell modifier.
Spell modifier. Yep, that's the one.
+5, I think.
Yep.
$18.
Okay. So, at what point are you casting Dispel Magic, and how are you going about it?
I mean, just if she's leading me into the room.
Yeah, she opens the door.
Turned.
She opens the door, and she opens the door in a way in which she invites you to kind of enter first, and then she's going to follow. So you have, you can enter the room and wait for her to enter. The door is open for a period. You could wait for her to close it. You could, I don't know if you're going to cast it at her.
I'll walk in, and then as she's closing it, I'll kind of like whisper the incantation and just do the hand thing while she's not looking.
Okay. As you do so, and she closes the door behind her, And you know, you hear the little latch of a lock in the door. This is indeed, you know, it was one of the special rooms. You see as she kind of turns, and that look that had kind of been that had kind of taken over in her eyes as you kind of meet her gaze, it starts to slowly kind of like fade out, and along with some of the other things you would notice, she seems a little more how you might expect, but in terms of I guess mentally and like emotionally and whatnot, she didn't seem to kind of notice anything. As a matter of fact, she turns and meets your gaze and asks, did you say something?
No.
All right. And are you doing anything else? Or
Are you feeling all right? You look a bit pale.
yeah, as far as I know. That's not a problem, is it?
No, I'm just concerned.
Oh, well, you don't have to worry about me. We are on the cusp of there's going to be a fade to black here unless you're doing anything else.
I was about to say.
She is at this point. You realize that you are in for it at this point, unless there is any last second thing going on.
Were you aware that there was a enchantment on you?
None other than when I saw you enter.
Oh!
She is trying to slowly kind of like usher you further into the room and very much trying
with
to
me, DM.
engage on what she led you to the room for.
Don't drop the bag, dude.
Float says she's in.
It's a message above that from him. Can I be one of the
Don't
ladies
drop.
in the brothel for the session? Like, cool, dude.
Can you imagine? I bring a guest on Blutora Divided, and the guest literally plays an escort. That is crazy.
It would be flown though.
Goodness me.
I'll put it this way: she is in less clothing than she was.
Why do I have a timer?
You are in a time-sensitive situation at the moment, as Pipra is sitting here, kind of panicking internally.
I'll be honest with you. My friends and I are here to investigate the disappearances and to try and make this area of town safer to move about.
Well, like I told you before, I don't know anything about any disappearances.
Insight check.
Go for it.
$21.
Okay. From what you gather, she's not lying. She seems very honest and kind of forthcoming about it. If anything, you constantly bringing up the disappearances, like you get that there's a little bit of worry that's kind of creeping up within her. You can kind of sense, and again, not so much that she's like hiding anything, but more so like just like genuinely like that kind of fear of like, oh, people are going missing and you're investigating here, and like, you know, like I am here all the time, and just kind of putting those pieces together of like just getting a little concerned about it. But you can see that she's trying her best to kind of shrug it off and kind of stay focused on you. And you also, through this insight check, like she is very, very much into you, and trying to kind of brush off the like the whole matter of investigating and all of that.
Have you noticed anything strange happening? I don't mean to worry you. You see, our main goal is to make this place safer, and anything that you can help with would of course stay between us, and I'll pull out some gold. I'd be willing to compensate you for your help.
So at that, she sees the gold come out, but then she kind of takes her hand, and she, assuming you have the gold in one hand, as you can bring it out, she kind of palms over it, and she pushes your hand back, and she says something to the effect of, listen, if this were for gold, I would have asked you for that before I brought you in here, but it's not often that somebody of my type makes their way in here, so I'm not too worried about that. In terms of making the place safer, I mean, it feels like it's plenty safe at the moment. Everyone who shows up is pretty secretive, and we've got the newer individuals who took over recently, who you've seen out and about, dressed in the darker colors. They haven't caused any problems and seem to keep the place running fine.
I'm sure that's the case for now, but there have been how many disappearances, DM?
You guys know that there have been, dating back quite a while, a slow kind of trickle of them that in somewhat recent times has elevated just enough that it kind of blipped on the radar a little bit and caught some people's attention. And, you know, once it caught people's attention, within, you know, the palace and having Siri look into it and everything, once they had looked into it, they realized that it had dated back quite a while, but nobody really knew up until recently. It was like, oh, hey, people are going missing here. Oh, wait, people have been going missing here. Hold on, there's something going on, kind of a thing, if that makes sense. Theo.
Oh goodness.
But yeah, I mean, from what she's telling you, and with your insight check, like she's pretty oblivious to any kind of disappearances or anything like that. And the only thing that she mentioned at, you know, noticing anything strange or feeling in danger or anything like that was, the only thing you could really gather is that it seems the individuals who are the acting sort of security presence or what have you are newer and have taken over recently. But she also mentioned that things, like, they keep everything in order and it seems fine, and they haven't caused any problems as far as she's aware.
Did I get a number on disappearances? Sorry.
Not an exact number. You guys haven't had an exact number, just like enough for the investigation to kind of take place and enough to, you know, once it was looked into, like there has been a number of them dating back quite a ways from well before it was even being looked into. And it seems that it's maybe as of recent, maybe a person every 2 to 4 evenings on average. Sometimes before the sun is fully set, sometimes in the dead of night. Not usually during midday or morning. And you know it's in this district in which this building sits. You also do know that when you cast Dispel Magic, it did work on something relating to this woman, of whom would have introduced herself to you at this point in terms of her actual name, which is Lilac.
That is a very sapphic name. Accurate portrayal.
You also notice that as you're having this conversation, she has backed you up into the room all the way to what appears to be some sort of bed. Enough that you kind of stumbled, like your kind of the back of your legs kind of stumbled on the edge of it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the building, I can imagine that in a very similar looking room on the other side, Hera has taken to sitting center of the bed, crisscross applesauce, writing down in the notebook as the elven man very, very confusedly is just kind of standing there, just like very unsure of what is even happening at the moment, and just kind of like stun locked as Hera is just talking and talking and writing notes, and it is a very different scene.
I'm still just doing my regular pings to make sure everything's okay. Every 6 seconds, ping, ping.
Also,
ping,
Hera,
ping, ping, ping.
make a performance check.
Oh, I would love to. Okay. 19.
Okay, all right. You remain stun locked, and you are playing it off. In a convincing enough manner, too, that you're actually getting him to reply to some of your various note-taking questions and whatnot. Like, he's just kind of flustered a little bit and just kind of like, oh, well, give an answer about this or that and what have you. Is it just kind of random, kind of small talk gibberish type stuff, or?
It's directed. It's myself being a very flamboyant and charismatic type. I'm projecting that forward, and I'm getting my kind of vibes out as to, oh yeah, are you the same kind of guy? Okay, nice, very cool. And when you're doing this, do you do also this, or do you do it another way? And if they say another way, then I take notes. And if they say it like this, then I describe how I'm doing it, and etc., etc. And that can go from as perfectly neutral as, oh yeah, this is how I hold myself and carry my walk, to more towards the topic of the establishment.
Okay.
But it's going in all directions. I'm not settling on one single form of conversation. It's a very... The conversation itself has ADHD.
Okay, very good. All right, Pipra.
I say, I'm sorry, and I cast invisibility on myself and I get out of there.
Okay. All right. Right.
Clone, don't SMH me.
Okay. So
Nightly, don't you start either.
So you see, as you cast invisibility and hurriedly make your way kind of towards the exit, unlock the door, and try to go out. Do you at all kind of glance behind you, or are you just beelining out?
I'll glance behind as I'm like unlocking the door, and then
Okay,
making
you
my
can
way out.
see as she had kind of taken a step or two back and had this confused look, but then that confused look very quickly turns into just like a really sad, just kind of like more sad, sort of disappointed kind of look, and she's kind of thinks to herself for a bit as you're exiting, and just kind of stays halfway into the room. You exit out into the main area, and you can see a familiar sight to what you had seen before. Now it's back to just being the lone muscular man who's kind of up on the stage-like thing with the various onlookers kind of out in the crowd, and he is at this point just kind of taking like a little bit of a breather, kind of in between whatever he was doing at the moment. What do you like to do?
I'm gonna just kind of investigate the place, try and find anyone talking. Just try and listen in while I am invisible. I'm gonna take advantage of it.
Okay. In this room specifically, are you gonna
No,
leave
I'm gonna
this
be
room
looking
specifically?
at different rooms.
Okay.
Anywhere where like people are talking, less shows going around.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, as you make your way out of this room, and you're kind of peeking into some of the other rooms and seeing what's going on, do you, as you kind of get into the hallway, you'll notice that Sam and Ocean are just kind of moseying about in there. Do you make it known at all that you are secretly kind of sneaking around, or do you just keep it to yourself and just kind of try and keep an eye on everything?
I will message Hera and say, no luck on my end.
Okay. Go ahead and make a stealth check with advantage.
While they're being stealthy, I'm getting a message back. Oh, plenty of luck here. I'm taking some very valuable notes.
Also, Pipper,
16.
make an insight check. Even though you didn't ask for it. Let's see how Pipper takes that.
Also 16.
Okay. Alright. So you take it for what it is.
What was I taking for what it is? Sorry, I was
What Hera
concentrating on
told
the
you
dice.
about taking some very interesting notes.
Oh,
If
okay.
it was a low roll, you were going to take it the wrong way.
Okay.
So, you're able to avoid accidentally running into anybody or making any noise that might be heard as you're kind of looking around and trying to see what's what. You don't hear particularly anything weird or suspicious that might kind of clue you in to anything in particular, but you do notice that in one of the rooms, of which the doorway was kind of closest to the entrance exit, as you kind of in the hallway, if you were to enter through the door and be looking at the back of the hallway, you kind of have two doors on either wall, one closer to the entrance and one further away on each side. You and Hera had been in the farther ones. To the one that is to the right of the entrance as you enter the building, that first doorway that you hadn't been in yet. As you make your way into that room, you do notice that there is a staircase that appears to go up to a higher level of the building, and there appears to be one of the darker dressed individuals who is sort of standing in the way of its path at the moment, and you don't see anyone going up or down, but you get the idea that it's kind of closed off from anyone being able to, and not hearing any weird conversations or people talking about weird things or anything. That is the best clue that you've got.
I go up the stairs.
Are you going to try to slip past this individual? These are not very wide stairs, and he is at the base of it, kind of standing in its path. You could try to like creep around him to get to the stairs, but you risk maybe bumping into him if you're going to try to just squeeze past him. Unless you have another idea. Flown.
How much space is on either side of the individual?
We're talking, it's kind of like you wouldn't want two people side by side going up or down the stairs. Like it's kind of like, you know, it's not like a public building staircase. It's more so like a household staircase, if that makes sense. Like you're only really gonna have one person going up or down at a time. It's not very wide. And while he's not on the stairs, he is at the very base of it, sort of blocking its path. On either side, if you were to kind of like turn sideways and try to like sidestep through the gap, you could fit, but you would have to make a roll for it, is the amount of space, basically. It's not like a simple, you can just slip by, and it's also not impossible.
Is this like a banister situation where the stairs are open on either side, or is it like walls on either side?
It's walls on either side.
Okay.
While you're thinking of that, Sam and Ocean, you are still in the hallway. You're getting updates from Hera about what's going on there. You haven't gotten an update from Pipra unless Hera has relayed that back to you guys.
I relay with each ping.
Okay, so you don't know where Pipra is at this point, other than you can assume, similarly to Hera, in one of those back rooms from the last you could tell. Is there anything the two of you are doing, or saying, or looking for, or anything like that?
I've decided that instead of just covering my eyes, it's more beneficial if I just turn opposite way and look at the wall.
You're the Dono wall emote right now?
Yep.
Sam
I'm looking to see, is there anything interesting about the wall?
Sam entered a brothel and then turned and started looking at the wall and said, nope.
Yep.
All right.
Is there anything of note to the wall?
Make a perception check.
10.
It's a wall. It's a wall, and it is of mostly wooden construction.
Nice.
Probably built a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Anything Ocean's doing, thinking, saying, looking for?
So, is there a bar?
There's not necessarily a bar. What's in the hallway here is like there's a table or two kind of against a wall where you have like the various small little snacks or like drinks that are available for people
around.
There's the occasional person who has kind of made their way into the hallway, kind of between rooms or what have you. There's one or two of the sort of security figures that are mostly in the hallway at, you know, various doorways. Doorways that lead into these more open rooms. They're all kind of open doorways from the hallway specifically. Nobody of particular note. They just seem to be the various kind of patrons throughout.
Okay. I walk over to one of the security people.
Okay.
Hello. Hello there.
This person does not respond, and they're just kind of like very, very intently just kind of focused forward and don't acknowledge you. Like, you know that they are a person who is very much alive and everything like that, but they just don't seem interested in replying.
Hello.
Or acknowledging.
My name is Ocean. I don't know where I come from. Where do you come from?
Make a persuasion check.
Oh. 22.
Okay.
Ocean's good at this.
This individual, you can see as you keep talking, they kind of like bat an eye in your direction, and then they kind of like double take a little bit at like actually kind of seeing what you look like and everything, and then they kind of actually like break their sort of very strict way about how they were kind of standing there and keeping an eye on everything, and they kind of look a little more intently at you, and takes them a second of them just kind of registering what's going on. I'm just from down the block. What are you?
I'm Venezia.
And he just has this.
So-
He doesn't reply. He's just this confused look, just this like trying to calculate what you just said in his brain. He's just buffering. He's just like, "Ooh."
Well, I don't know what this means, actually. Do you know? Do you know us?
I can't say I've seen anyone like you before. You all right?
Yes. I'm here with my friends.
All right.
They are all acting weird. I don't know. This is nothing to be weird about here.
Which ones are your friends?
This guy pointing at Sam.
Sam, who is just looking at a
Staring
wall,
at the
just
wall.
completely looking at a wall, just like not even. Is the weirdest sight. And he looks over and he gives like a weird look in Sam's direction and looks back at you. Right. Just
This is a nice establishment you got here. Very nice walls.
stay out of trouble, yeah?
Yes. And my other friends are in rooms. Yes.
Mm.
Yes. We're here to find out about the disappearances. Do you know anything?
He kind of studies you for a bit. I don't know about any disappearances. Nobody's gone missing on my watch.
So nobody who walks into a room and never comes back?
I don't pay attention to who walks in the rooms. I just pay attention to who walks in the building.
But everyone who walks in the building also walks out?
Probably. I don't really pay attention to faces all that well.
Is
Sounds like
that
a
not your
face
job?
Well, my job is to make sure that nobody starts any trouble.
Yes. Makes sense. Well, do you recommend a drink?
Not much of a drinker myself, but if you were looking for a room like your friends, I'm sure you could go find someone in that room. And he kind of gestures towards the room that Hera had gone through.
Yes. Maybe I should go looking. Hera?
That's what you're here for, isn't it?
Like,
Ping. Hello, Ocean.
are you okay?
I'm fantastic.
So you want privacy?
thought you were the one who called me up. Do you not
Yes.
want me to have privacy?
I was just thinking.
I mean, I've never tried it before, but you can watch.
No.
The note taking's very
Um,
interesting.
I can imagine. Looking to the bouncer again. Looking to the bouncer again. I'm so bored here.
Well, like I said, you could find someone and find a room together. That's what most people come here for.
I don't know if I like that.
Well, if not that, then why else would you be here?
To investigate.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna talk to my friend. Bye bye.
doesn't-
It was nice meeting you.
He doesn't reply, and he just goes back to kind of standing at his post.
Sam,
Yes, Ocean.
I just met a friendly guy.
I heard.
Well, he doesn't know anything.
I'm starting to think this might not be the right place.
I just wanted to see the same.
All right, we will pick up with Pipra and the staircase situation. But first, we could take a little break for anyone who needs to get up and run to the bathroom and all of that kind of stuff. Also, we can adjust the cameras while you guys are doing that.
Ooh, yay.
Just while you're getting up and taking your breaks and whatnot, it'll still be on stream because I'm moving the cameras around. Unless you very specifically want it to not be during you getting up and whatnot, then we can figure something out. But feel free to.
Yay.
There we go.
Yay. Everything breaks.
All right, let's move some things.
It's a
This
bit rough.
one goes
Yeah, it's me, Pipra.
Somehow I'm still in the same position.
up here,
There
and
you
then
go.
I get rid of this one. Go. This one goes here. Probably.
Nope.
Oh, I need to adjust that. We'll get there. Alright. Good enough. We have to move all of these back to what they were originally next time as well.
Mhm.
Assuming Potato's back for it. Okay. Close enough. And we'll just stay on this scene. If anything. Alright. Now I can actually go to a BRB screen. And you guys can take a break for 10 or so minutes, and we'll be back in just a little bit. All right. Should be good to go. We are here and back.
Why do I search the emotes and I just find this?
Because of chat. There's
Don't
also
blame me.
there is also I don't even remember which one it is. This one. Similarly.
For
My goodness me.
I mean, you guys it fits where you guys are right now.
But people has to feed his family.
Floyd said me for real in that brothel. All right. So,
Bro, chat has too much power over the emotes.
Pipra, you find yourself wanting to get up the staircase here, but it is mostly blocked by the presence of one of these bouncer-like individuals.
I still want to try and get past.
You are currently invisible. So are you going to try and squeeze into the gap?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and
roll.
make a dexterity check.
$16.
Okay. You wait for a moment and you try to see if there's any kind of movement in how he's standing. Is he kind of swaying to one side or not? Does he seem to pay any attention in any which direction? After a little bit, you feel confident in a small little window in which to try and turn to your side and squeeze into the gap between the edge of the wall and where he stands to get up past him. And you kind of hold your breath for a little bit and go for it when the moment feels right. And before you know it, you turn. Once you step up a couple of stairs, you turn, and he doesn't seem to have noticed.
Woo. I carefully make my way up the stairs.
Okay. Stairs go upward, and then they turn to the left. Walls on either side still. As the staircase kind of hits a little landing and then turns to the left and continues upward, you find yourself in another hallway, of which there are a handful of doors. The first one to the right seems entirely boarded over, and there's even like a sort of crate in the hallway, kind of in front of where the door would go. You get the indication that that door hasn't been used in a long time. To the left, there's a door that is kind of cracked open a little bit, and at a quick glance, kind of peeking inside, it appears to be some sort of bedroom, maybe, of sorts. But without looking further, that's about all you can make of it. And then down the hallway, a little bit further, there is another door at the far end of it that appears to be closed at the moment. And a little bit above that, kind of on the ceiling of the hallway, kind of right in front of that door that's at the end of the hallway, but up on the ceiling, you can see that there is a spot where there is some sort of hatch that probably goes up into some sort of attic, maybe, kind of situation.
Okay. Do I sense any presences in any of the rooms?
Are you just trying to listen for people? Are you looking? Or are you just feeling through your feet? Or
Feeling through my feet and listening.
at the
I kind
moment,
of creep down the hallway.
at the moment, you're not picking up on any movement within any of the rooms on this floor.
Okay. I want to check the door that's got the hatch above it.
Okay. You go to open it, and it is locked.
Do I sense anything on the other side? Any
No,
movement?
not currently.
Um. What about that hatch?
What about it?
Can I open it?
It is a bit above you. If you wanted to reach it, you might need something to stand on or some way to kind of elevate yourself a little bit more than your wingspan to be able to make an attempt.
Yeah.
There is the crate at the other end of the hallway in front of the door. Alternatively, you could maybe try to find something else. I don't know if you have a spell
try the
that can
door that the crate's in front of.
that door is... So do you move the crate?
Quietly, yeah.
Okay. Make a strength check.
Boy. I don't move the crate, it's a natural one.
The crate doesn't seem to want to move. Whatever is inside. Weighs it down a little bit. You get the idea that it's been there for a while as well. But the door itself is boarded over. And it doesn't look like it was recent.
Can I open the crate?
You can attempt to open it, but you have a feeling that it probably can't be done very quietly.
Okay. Can I search the door that's like partially open, the bedroom?
Do you open the door further to get a better look?
As long as I don't seem to see anyone in there.
Okay. You go and push the door open a little bit further, and from what you can see, it appears to be empty of anybody inside of it. As you saw a peek of before, it does appear to be some sort of bedroom. It doesn't appear to be particularly of note, per se. It looks mildly used. Beyond that, there's not too much of note. Within, you can see that there is a chair on one side of the room in front of what appears to be some sort of like dresser with like a mirror situation. In terms of things that you might be able to stand on.
Can I search in the dresser? See if there's anything in there?
Yeah. Go and make an investigation check.
$27?
So you give the dresser a very thorough once over. It is a collection of various sort of basic clothing items. There are scattered throughout the drawers a total of 6 silver pieces, but that's pretty much it. It's a lot of kind of basic clothing, some rags, and a towel or two. Just a collection of mostly uninteresting items, but stocked.
Hmm. Um. All right, I go back to the hatch.
Okay. Do you bring the chair with you or leave it behind?
I'll bring the chair.
Okay. Are you attempting to stand on the chair and open it?
Yep.
Okay. So you set the chair down underneath the hatch, and now able to reach, you go ahead and attempt to find how this hatch opens, and you find that you are able to get some leverage on it and pull, and as you pull, it opens up, and what appears to be some sort of kind of makeshift rope ladder descends from above. Can't see much in there. It appears dark up above. But you seem to have opened it.
I go up.
Okay. As you climb the rope ladder and make your way up and kind of find your footing in the darker room that lies above the hallway, your eyes take a little bit to adjust to what very little amount of light can make its way in from the open hatch down below, and you can see what looks to be some semblance of an attic space. However, you notice in kind of a clearing in the room, a little bit away from where the kind of hatch opening is itself, what appears to be some sort of markings on the floor, with various collections of candles that are not currently lit, that are kind of all around the exterior of it. Without any more light, you can't really make out too many details at the moment.
Do I sense anyone up there?
You do not.
Then I cast light, and I'm no longer invisible.
Okay. Did you cast light anywhere specifically within the room?
It's something I touch, so it'll be my staff.
Okay. So you cast light upon your staff and you use it to illuminate the attic here, and outside of the clearing, it is a lot of traditional attic stuff. There are boxes and crates and cobwebs and just loose pieces of furniture about. There are no windows up here to let any of the moonlight in or anything like that. It looks mostly dusty and abandoned, except for the clearing and the little pathway between some of the stuff to get to the clearing, between it and the hatch where you find yourself at the moment. As you kind of creep through some of the debris and boxes and whatnot and get a better view at the clearing, you can see what appears to be some sort of star-like shape that has been drawn on the floor out of what you're unsure, but it's like a deep brownish maroon sort of color to it, and at the 5 different points of the star are unlit candles, where at the base of the little things holding the candles, can't think of the word at the moment, there are various stones that have unrecognizable symbols carved into them. There's nothing in the center of this 5-pointed star, just at each of the points of it.
Do I recognize what this is for?
go ahead and make either. Go and make an Arcana check.
$21.
It takes you a second to study what exactly it is you're looking at, but after a moment, it appears to you as though this appears to be some sort of temporary portal ritual circle. You know that to activate it, you have to activate each of the 5 runes at the point of the stars, or at the point of the star. And upon activating each of the 5, a rift will form in the center that will take you to a predetermined location. That rift will stay open for about 10 seconds, and it is a static destination. There's no way to change it once it's set, so it will always take you to the same spot.
I'm being called by my boss. Give me a second.
She's like, hold on, Ritual, I gotta take this.
Okay, this is the point in time where Pipra is communicating with Hera, going,
Mhm.
right, I see. And can you make it to work on Monday? I mean, can you...
While Pipra is exploring up here, how is it going for Hera, since it's been a while since we checked in?
So, I'm making the assumption, and I can retcon that assumption if it turns out to be wrong, that Pipra updated Hera about this when it came ping time. So ping comes in and Hera got an update, and Hera got a description of the pentagram. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go, oh yeah, that's fantastic, and I love all the theatrics that you put on, really, I do. Tell me, do you use a similar method of, well, hyping yourself up before a performance that I do?
This is to the elven individual?
This is to the elven individual.
At this point, he is sitting there, and he is completely shifted in kind of mood and tone from initially, and he's kind of looks at you and goes, you know, there's not as we don't really share as much as I initially thought, but
Well,
I've got to
I
say,
think we might, and I'm going to draw out the pentagram on the notepad,
okay,
and as close as I could really with that. See, typically, what I do to get myself ready for the day is I go up to my attic and I draw one of these on the floor.
He gives you this confused look, and what does that do?
Now, see, I'm not quite sure, but I was hoping you could tell me. Because, well, I think you might have something to do with one of these. And I was really hoping that you'd have some good information for me for my notes. You can tell I'm very enthusiastic about taking those.
Go ahead and make either a persuasion or intimidation check.
It's going to be intimidation, and I'd like to do it within chaotic intervention.
Okay.
I don't think it's needed because that initial one was a 26. Yep, 26.
Okay. So you can see this this sort of concerned, somewhat disturbed look kind of come over his face as he kind of takes a step back and just kind of gives you this confused look. Hey, I don't know where this is coming from. I'm just here to do my job. Did I miss something? Is there?
Did you miss something? Now,
Uh,
when a party such as mine comes in, it's typically not for this activity. You saw us all through the door and you saw us all in that there. Tell me you didn't get a little bit suspicious about that to a brothel.
Suspicion, I'm not too sure I would call it that, but intrigue, most definitely. I mean, I did approach you with that, did I not? Look, if I'm caught up in the middle of something here, I don't know what to say. I just show up every night and do as I do. But
Can I
I'm
get
not
an insight
looking.
check and see if there's any form of truth in this?
Yep, go for it.
Well, it didn't work anyway, but 4.
As far as you know, it's hard to read. You're not really picking it up any one way or the other.
Now, I want you to think very, very hard about this for just a second. Now, I understand work is work. Trust me, I do. And I'm going to refer to all of my spell casting equipment.
Mm-hmm.
But you see, I also have a job to do, as do my colleagues. And I'm sure that in this case, we can help each other do our jobs. Again, I wouldn't want to be taking up much of your time, no more than I already have, of course, but it would be best for both of us if we got a positive outcome out of this.
Right, I don't even know what this is. Could I be clued in into what's going on? At least, should I?
Well, do you
I?
recognize this? And I'm pointing once again to the drawn pentagram.
It's looks like a star to me. I can't
Ever
say
seen
that
a star like this in, say, the attic of your establishment?
I don't go upstairs. All of my work's down here.
And who does go upstairs? Who have you seen go upstairs ever?
As far as I've seen, it's only ever the ones dressed in dark who keep the place running.
And how would I identify one of these individuals?
They're at all of the doorways in here. I'm sure you saw many of them on your way in. They don't give us names or anything. They just make sure that everything stays calm and let us do our jobs, so we haven't questioned it. Look, if there's something bigger going on, am I safe here? Should I leave? Should I get the others out? We're
Can I
not.
make another insight check to this guy?
Go for it.
That's a natural 1. What's going on?
Just taking it at face value. Not too sure one way or the other, but
Is Pipra roughly above me directly, or is that an inaccurate assessment of where they are in the building?
I wouldn't say directly above you, no. Generally above you, but not. I wouldn't say directly.
If I was to go directly above, how far would I need to walk to reach Pipra?
Depends how far up you're going.
Let's say 10 feet.
10 feet would probably get you, it would get you somewhere on the second floor. Assuming it's like 10 feet above where your head is at the moment or so.
Okay. Somewhere on the second floor, and it's the third floor that's the attic?
As far as Pipra has relayed to you, having
Okay.
gone up the hatch.
Describe to me, and do it as accurately as you can as I begin to channel prestidigitation.
Mm-hmm.
How is this an accurate summation of their dress? And I'd like to transmute the color of my own garments to be very, very close, if I can, to the color of the door guard who is wearing that described garment.
Yeah, like I said, you've seen a bunch of them out there. They're at most of the doorways as you enter here, and they just...
Wordlessly, I would like to cast Blink on myself.
Okay.
And I'd like to use the time to disappear into the ethereal plane and reappear 10 feet above on the second floor, exactly where I was before.
Okay, give me just a second. Okay, so roll a d20 for me.
I'm rolling the d20, but in
This will,
regardless,
because of,
I am... Yeah.
Because of chaotic intervention, this first one is at disadvantage.
Oh, I already rolled my insight check at disadvantage.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You're good.
I'm 12 there.
Okay. So with that, you vanish from sight and existence at the moment, leaving the elven individual in the room.
I'm going to message Pipra and I'm going to say, I'm on my way to you now, calling the others.
Good.
I call the others.
They
and I
might have
relay
a
the
hard time
information.
getting past the guard.
I relay that too.
Also, I will say, it has to be to a place you can see within 10 feet. So,
well, I can ethereal my way through the door while I'm on the ethereal plane, so I'll just go out the door then. And then I'll just make my way on foot over there, I suppose. A lot less dramatic, but hey ho.
I'm trying to decide if that's a go or not. I hadn't considered that possibility.
It's the same rules as the ethereal plane, right?
I hadn't given it much consideration. Okay, so yeah, I would say that that is doable. So you have basically one turn worth of trying to ethereal your way kind of out of the room, and use this time before you kind of blink back into existence. So I'll say with that, you're able to get kind of back to the doorway that leads into the hallway that you entered in on the bottom floor, and then you would be able to then, at that point, anywhere you can see, kind of choose where you kind of reappear at. So you're kind of in the doorway that leads to the hallway that Ocean and Sam are. They don't know you're there yet because you're still kind of in the ethereal kind of state. But from
10 feet
here,
forward.
10 feet, just more
keep
progress.
making progress with it, yeah.
Okay. So you're able to get just inside of the room in which Pipra had traveled. And as you kind of reappear there, you take a glance around, and it doesn't seem as though anybody had paid any extra attention because, you know, everyone is always distracted in here. And you can see the room that Pipra had described before, where at one of the far ends there is the darkly dressed individual who is at the base of the staircase that leads up into darkness behind him. As that happens, Pipra, to finish describing what you were seeing, you know that it is a sort of ritual circle for opening a specific portal that can only go to one destination that is determined when it is when this ritual circle is kind of put together. You know that it is activated when each of the 5 runes at each point of the star themselves are activated, and you know that you can activate them using blood, and it has to be the same blood on each of the 5 runes that would open it. Once it's open, it will open for 10 seconds before closing again.
Okay.
You also know that this kind of thing is not very commonly used. At least not in this manner.
I relayed a lot of this to Hera, I assume.
Okay.
I relay it to the other 2, and as I am walking in their direction, I will come up to them and I'm going to give them both follow my lead, and I'm going to good luck with your call with your boss. I am going to take them both in my arm, like looking authoritative, and like I'm one of the guards now. And I'm going to bring them, and I'm going to go, "You're troublemakers. I'm bringing you upstairs. Pepper needs help."
All right. Yep.
I march onwards, making effort to look authoritative, but not stealthy, as I go on.
Okay. Go ahead and make the 3 of you. Go ahead and make each of you make a deception check.
Okay, I'll do chaotic intervention on it.
16.
14.
7.
Okay, give me just a second here. I am just looking for a thing real quick. Okay. In that case, as you guys approach, following Hera's lead, trying to look as though you are putting on this front of being in trouble and brought upstairs, the individual who is standing in front of the stairs, at first unmoving, but then as you get close enough, kind of looks in your direction, but holds up a palm and just kind of doesn't say a word, just puts up the palm. And after, I'm assuming you guys come to a halt at that? Okay, you come to a halt, puts the hand down, and moment goes by, he's just kind of studying the situation. It's nothing for you guys up here.
Now, I wouldn't be as sure as you think you are here. I have word that someone already got past your watch.
Trust me, I think I'd know if somebody got by. Nobody's allowed
I
up.
don't. And the boss doesn't either. That's why they sent me. So if you'd be so kind.
He just kind of gives you a confused look for a moment. Right. Back with the others you go. You get the idea, he's not buying it for a second.
Okay. How in view of the anyone else are we right now?
Fairly in view. It's kind of off to one side of the room, but like there's a good amount of people in the room, as well as a couple more of these darkly dressed individuals, kind of at some of the other doorways. and there's a lot of the patrons and whatnot in there as well.
Well, if you don't believe me, go and check for yourself. Portal room, there's one in there right now. I'll
Portal
stay here,
room?
don't worry. Oh, you know fine well what I mean, and I'm gonna pull out my sketchbook again.
Right. We gonna have problems? And,
Oh, not
you
unless
can
go
see
and fix them.
he's kind of
I've got no
sterned up a
problem.
little bit.
No problem with me. It's your thing you have to fix. It's not me that's gonna get in trouble for letting someone past.
Right. Listen, I'd recommend you get back to whatever it is you guys are here for. I can't let you pass. Nobody's allowed past.
I need to blink with someone past them and then make a sprint. That's the only way I can do this. Blink does let me carry one person with me while I'm blinking. Sam, would you like to blink past this man with me?
Go right ahead.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Okay. I'm gonna make my blink check.
Hold on. It lets you... I don't see where it lets you take someone with them. But I could be blind. I'm just trying to make sure I'm looking at the spell right.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah, as far as I can see, it's only on self.
Hang on, because I'm sure I saw something about there. I need to find this, and I promise I will try. Because it's on part of the bit where it talks about the carry weight. Oh, wait, that's another spell I was thinking of. Never mind. Ignore me. I was thinking of either Blink or Thunderstep when I was making this, so that's what I thought I was casting. Sorry.
You're good.
Ignore me. No, I don't think I can, in which case it's just going to be me blinking past then. Yeah, I'm going to try and blink past.
Okay. I believe you still have it up at this point because it's not been a full minute, I don't think. So go ahead and roll a d20. Straight roll.
19.
Okay. In which case you are able to vanish. And as you do so, you see that the individual who is at the staircase has taken note of your sudden vanishing. And you can see as he kind of leans down for a second and just kind of brings his hand up to the side of his temple, and you can't hear anything, but you can see that he has made some kind of motion, and with that, he is also kind of just readied his hand down by his side where you can see a sheath weapon of some sort. You're not sure, but he doesn't pull it out or anything. He's just readied his hand on it. And do you look around at this, any of you guys? Or what's the vibe?
I'm blinking and I can't communicate with any of you right now.
You just, the other two you watched as, I mean, you were warned about what was going to happen, but Hera just vanishes and you can't hear anything, but you've seen this, and
yeah, what's the guard's reaction again?
He kind of made a motion up to his head for a moment. You didn't hear him say anything out loud, and then he readies his hand on his weapon at his side, and he's taken more of a defensive stance. Are you focused on him? Do you glance around at anything? Are you doing anything?
I tricky.
I'm gonna try to cast my new spell actually, and see if this works.
I've done that as well.
I'm gonna cast. I'm gonna try to cast command on the guard.
Oh,
Okay.
So that is a checking here.
I think it's a saving throw.
Wisdom save, yeah.
Okay, what's the DC on that? 13 is what it says for you, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yep, save is in 13. So I'm just gonna say sleep.
He cocks his head a little bit at you, and just kind of his look just kind of intensifies. You can hear off to the side just like a slight kind of movement, like a shuffling noise, and you guys can glance over and see that at one of the other doorways, similarly, another one of the darkly dressed individuals has, you know, readied themselves. They haven't drawn their weapons, but they're in a much more alert state at this point, and you can see that it is the same for all of them that are visible in this room. All of the patrons and everything like that, that's all going on like normal. They haven't been, you know, like scared by anything necessarily, but you can see with one on the far side similarly kind of reaching up and making this kind of motion where they're kind of pressing their finger against the side of their head or so, and then kind of going back to just kind of being ready. And you notice that from before, where they all just have this very like militaristic, just very statue-like looking forward stance, they are all lasered in on you two from their various points in the room. They're in their same spot. They are ready. They haven't moved towards you, but they are all very intensely looking in your guys' direction. The one at the stairs, and then the three others that are in this room at the moment. At this, Pipra, what are you doing?
I guess just investigating the attic for anything else besides the circle with the star.
Make an investigation check.
Also, sorry, my boss keeps calling me. He does not know how to use the program at all, and he literally just needs to print something out.
Class.
average boss.
14.
You don't find anything of particular note or value or any of the sort. It's outside of this kind of ritual circle, very much untouched and left alone and abandoned. You do notice some slight scuffing along the floor between the hatch and the circle. It is a little out of place, and you don't see it anywhere else in the room.
Okay.
At this point, are you doing anything else, or are you waiting?
Probably just waiting because I don't really want to do anything without the party there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It is at this point, Hera, that I assume you are not wanting to phase in within view of the room at all, but rather towards the top of the stairs. Okay.
Yeah.
So you appear back at this point. Nobody in sight. You were at the top of the stairs, having etherealed your way partially up them, and then reappearing at the top of the remainder of the flight. You see to your right a boarded over doorway that doesn't look to have been touched in a long time, with a crate right in front of it. To the left, you see a door that is pretty much mostly open. You see what looks like a fairly ordinary bedroom on the inside. And then at the far end of the hallway, you see what Pipra had described as there is a little rope ladder hanging down from a hatch that sits just a little bit before a closed door at the end of the hall.
And that's where I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I'm not gonna make any effort to be particularly stealthy. The guy clearly knows what's going on, or generally what's going on. I almost want him to come and see what I was referring to earlier to try and make a deception again.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you make your way to the ladder and are gonna go up?
Yep.
Okay. Let's make your way to the ladder and you begin heading up. Sam and Ocean, what are you two doing now that you have the full attention of the 4 total, 1 at the staircase, 3 others in the room, who have trained their vision very intently on you guys, with each of them ready to draw their weapons at a moment's notice and just studying your every move?
Is the door to this room open?
The room that you are in, one of the large
That we entered.
yeah, it's the same as like all of the doors from that hallway. They're all open doorways without any actual doors. They're just kind of like
Perfect.
doorways.
All right. So Happy just did that spell.
Yep.
Sam.
Sam
right.
attempted command.
Who is happy?
What is that?
No clue. There is no happiness in this world.
I mean, I'd say we're in one of the happiest places in this.
Fair, fair. Ocean, carry on.
Well, I want to figure out if I need to do another spell or if that spell succeeded. So
The
guard is very much not sleeping. So
you would know that it had failed.
okay, yeah. Well, I will cast my new spell.
Okay.
And I want to make someone appear. The other bouncer guy.
At which one? The staircase one or one of the other ones?
One of the other ones.
Okay.
Who will appear in the open door frame behind us.
Okay.
And just yell, "Danger, come! Quick! Intruders!"
And you are casting what would appear to be one of the bouncer individuals?
One of the bouncers, yep.
Okay, so you're making a new one in the doorway.
Yep.
This is using major image?
Major image, yep.
Okay.
That's the idea.
Just read over it real quick, but I think this is good.
Yeah, it can do conversations and people,
Yeah.
apparently.
Okay. So you how exactly do you go about casting this, being that they have their eyes trained on you, and you do there is some vocal and movement related to casting it. Is there a way you're gonna try and finesse covering it up that you're casting something, or are you just gonna go for it, or what are we thinking?
Illusion.
That's a good idea. Sorry. and to try and do the spell.
Make a deception check.
Faking Oh no, 7.
Can I just help Ocean? Just just flap about a bunch and like act all kinds of distracting.
I will say that you attempt to do so. However, the actual helpfulness of it has been negated by the fact that you had like they know the one at the stairs knows you tried to like cast a spell on him and whatnot, so is like extra suspicious. Also, they rolled a natural 20 versus your deception anyway, Ocean. So with that, the spell goes through. The major image appears in the doorway, and it catches their attention kind of like out of their peripheral a little bit. Like they kind of glance over just to see what had happened, and they can see this display of like one of their group or so at the doorway kind of calling for that. And at that, a lot of the patrons in the room and everyone and everything who hadn't been so focused on you, they all see this, and at that there is very suddenly an aura of kind of this like panic that kind of washes over everyone in there, and you see people are starting to kind of scatter. One of the individuals who's on the stage kind of like tries to rush off and make their way towards one of the doors to the back. And now all of a sudden it is suddenly like a little more kind of chaotic in here. A moment goes by and you see two more of the darkly dressed individuals that then appear through the illusion, therefore kind of breaking the illusion itself, or at least doesn't actually break it, but everyone they're seeing it and they see people go through it, and then it's kind of like, oh yeah, that's an illusion kind of a thing.
Is it enough chaos to try and attempt to to sneak by to?
None of the patrons were like at or between where you and the guy at the stairs are. You're kind of on your own, not that far removed from the group.
Was he distracted enough?
Not to sneak past, no. He's still trained on you guys as the rest of the patrons on the opposite side are starting to kind of try to disperse and whatnot, and they're a bit panicked. They're still all just kind of trained on you guys, and they haven't necessarily made a move at this point. They're just trained on you guys and ready to draw their weapons if needed. But you are finding that you are quickly at this point, you're quickly finding yourselves to be no longer in a room with a lot of other people, and what will soon be a room of just you guys and then the darkly dressed individuals, as the patrons have kind of been a little spooked and are trying to make their way out.
Well, might as well cause more chaos. Can I roll to attack?
Here we go.
As you go to do that, Hera, you reach the top of the ladder, and you can see where Pipra is next to the circle up in the attic, having looked over everything. You are reunited there. As this all is beginning to happen down below.
Seem to be about to cause a fight downstairs. Can't imagine what that's about. We can either tell them to come up here and we'll defend this room with our lives, or we can go down and help them. Up to yourself.
I think it'd be best to tell them to get out of here before they get into more trouble than they can handle. I kind of want to see where this portal leads.
My thoughts exactly.
At this point, I'm assuming Pipra has relayed to Hera how this works. So you are both in on how you open this portal, and that it is a portal. So you'll need somebody's blood to activate all 5 points to open it, and it will be open for 10 seconds.
I have a lot of that. Blood, that is.
Spells. Yeah, there's nothing I can really do to help them downstairs. So basically, it's just tell them to either get up here and we all use the portal, or get out of here and we'll find them later once we go through the portal.
Still a shout. I relay it. I'm telling them either get up here so we can all go through the portal, or get to safety and stop causing problems.
Yes, we're trying.
The trying is going very well.
Okay.
What have you already?
So at Sam.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll your attack on the one at the stairs.
Yeah, just
Because you are getting the
unarmed
information.
attack with the intention to knock out.
Okay.
That is a. What is my? That is a 19 to hit.
Give me 1 second, that hits.
Whatever we do.
Go ahead and roll damage. Unarmed, you said?
Yeah, so it's
Just going for a
nothing to roll, it's
punch.
just 3 damage. And then I have the ability to attack twice. I get an extra attack.
Okay.
Did the Spotify jam end?
No. Do you need me to open a new one?
Possibly.
Okay. I'm gonna go BRB scene real quick just so I can go into the chat and add this. Okay, well there's a new one just in case.
Into it.
Okay, there we go. 16 to hit on the next one.
Yep.
That hits. Go and roll damage.
Still 3 damage, nothing to roll.
Okay. All right. And now I need both of you to roll initiative.
Amazing.
Beautiful. It's a very cool cat you have there.
16.
16 as well.
Okay. Rollies for the both of you. Just roll a d20.
Oops, dropped my dice.
14.
You need a rolling tray.
I have one, but I'm
Plug
suck.
one.
I suck at aiming.
Easy
Apparently.
plug.
You wanted me to roll as well, right?
Yeah, just a d20. See who gets
Yeah,
higher.
not 20.
Okay. All right. So, you guys, you tied at 16, right? Initially.
Mhm. Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay. Let me give these guys real quick. Gotta roll a lot of initiatives here. They're rolling very low initiatives.
Amazing.
Twelve, 10, 7, 7, 7, and 5. Okay. With that.
Yep.
With that as a I don't know that I would say so much surprise round because they were kind of ready. We'll go. Sam was first anyway, so it kind of works out.
Yep.
We'll go to Ocean. It is now your turn. The individual at the stairs has been punched a number of times, and the others in the room have readied their weapons. You are In a combat situation, you guys have just got the information from Hera that you need to either get out of there or get up there, whichever it might be.
In terms of where the guards are positioned, how many are between us and the upstairs?
Just the one.
Okay. And the rest are coming from behind, or?
Yeah, you have the one between you and the stairs, and you have 5 others in the room.
Okay, nice.
Okay, how do escapes work in a battle situation?
Well, this one is an interesting one.
Yeah.
Because you have a couple different options that you could go for. And really, at the end of the day, it's just whichever one you want to try and make happen. You always have the dash option if you want to use that as your action instead of casting a spell or something.
I
that'll
do
double
want to
your
cast a
movement.
spell.
Okay, so then you could do that and have your movement.
Be like trying to go upstairs.
Right. Yes, to get past the guy who's in the way, it would either be movement with a skill check to see if you can kind of force him out of the way or push him out of the way, or using an action to try and get him out of the way somehow.
I mean, Sam just engaged him.
Yep.
So I guess
he's
he is
punched a couple
already
times.
kind of out of the way.
He's still in the way of the stairs. He's just been punched a couple times by Sam. Sam just kind of went up to him and gave him the old left, right, left.
Yeah.
Well.
As a last thing on my turn,
Yeah.
can I just stand to the side and like ready up my shield to prepare for
Go for it.
defending us from the back?
Yes. All right. So what is
So-
Ocean doing?
My turn would be to cast blindness and still try and sneak up and run away.
Okay,
Run up
so
the-
you're casting blindness / deafness. That's the one.
Yes, blindness. Yep.
Okay. So choose one creature you can see within range, and it's got to make a con save. And then you get to choose if it's blind or deaf. And then on the end of each of its turns, it can try and resist it. So are you choosing the one at the stairs?
Yep.
Okay. It's got to make a con save. 14. Let's see. It fails.
Hmm.
So that individual is blinded.
And I just run past him because
Well,
he's blind.
You'll still have to try and shove him out of the way because like he's still physically
Yeah.
kind of in the way, but
Yeah, but that would
he
be
won't
easy,
see you
right?
coming at the very
Yeah.
least. So he's now blind. Go ahead and make a strength check against this individual's strength save. It'll just be a contested roll.
Oh. No.
Oh no!
Natural 1.
Oh, 22. All right. So you go to Sam. You watch as like you glance over your shoulder as Ocean goes for it. You notice that this individual is like kind of shaking their head because like they can't see anymore. You see this
Yeah,
kind of
you go, Ocean.
dark essence around the eyes, and you watch as Ocean kind of lowers the shoulder, going full like American football tackle, and you watch as Ocean just runs into what is basically a brick wall, and Ocean just kind of like stumbles back a little bit, and the figure is just unmoved, but is still kind of like reaching up around the eyes and is just like very taken aback by not being able to see at the moment. So, anything else on your turn of what you can do, Ocean? Bonus action or more movement?
No, I just wanna go as close to the wall
Mhm.
as I can.
Mhm.
Like that I can still sneak past.
Oh, you're gonna
like,
try to just like sneak past?
Yeah, like do the try and be thin and
Okay, I'll say that.
slither past.
I'll say that given the failed strength
Yeah.
save,
Yeah.
you can use the rest of your movement to like You are halfway. You are like currently like
at his level.
Freeze frame right next to him as he's reaching his eyes. You're just trying to like start sneaking by at the end of your turn. That brings us to one of the furthest away individuals who had just walked in through the image that you had cast is going to themselves reach onto their reach towards their back. They're going to bring out a little short bow, and they are going to take aim at Sam, who is currently the more visible and shootable target. And that one,
I'm fine. I'm not so shootable after all, but they don't know that.
Is going to be natural 20.
Okay, that actually hits. Fair enough. Yeah.
And that will be... Please hold. Please hold.
It's gonna be a lot of damage.
I just need to find one extra thing here. All right. Here we go. That is going to do 14 piercing damage on
scratch
the first shot, and then they're going to take a second one at you, and this one will be a natural 1. So that's is going to go, you were able to deflect it with your shield, and it just goes ricocheting off to the side. They are also going to begin closing the gap, not use their full movement, but they'll get to where they are about 20 feet away from you, as they're kind of more of a ranged person. They are not looking to engage directly. That'll bring us to another one of the individual number 2, who was the next closest outside of the stair guy, and this person is going to unsheath what appears to be some sort of short sword of not very special or notable proportions, and they're going to charge at you as well, Sam. This will be a 25 to hit.
That does hit.
Okay, and it will be 7 points of piercing damage. And then for the next swipe, it is going to be a 21 to hit.
That hits, yeah.
Okay, and that one will do another 7 points. That is that one's turn, currently within melee, engaged with you. Now we get to Staircase Guy, who, let me double check. Does it take an action to try and... Oh no, it's just at the end of its turn. So it is currently, he's currently blinded and just unsure what to do. But for his turn as he is blinded, this individual is going to just go ahead and try and just lash out in any which way. So it's just going to be an attack with disadvantage, with Ocean being right there trying to sneak past. So we'll see if this blinded individual can hit you at all whilst blind. And this first one will be... no, that'll be an 8 to hit. So the first one misses. And the next one does a 16 hit Ocean. Was your...
Does hit.
It does hit. Okay, so for that one, you're going to take... you're going to take 9 points of slashing damage, as it appears this individual has sunk some sort of claw-like appendage into you with a swipe. and you take some slashing from what appears to be some sort of claws of some sort. With that, it will roll its con save, which I think is 14, to see if it is no longer blinded. It fails again, so it is still blind. Staircase guy. With that, we are on to individual number 4, who was one of the original ones in the room. This one is going to also take out a short bow of their own and try and make a ranged attack towards Sam, who is in the Protect Ocean stance.
Mm-hmm.
First one is another natural 20. And that will be 14 points of piercing damage. Second shot does a 24, I imagine, hits.
Yeah, it still hits.
Okay. At least it's not a natural 20. And that'll be a 10 points of piercing damage.
And I am down.
Oh, no. All right. This individual stands right next to the other archer as they're kind of taking their positions a little further back. That brings us to individual number 5, who is one of the individuals at the doorway who had come through. There was 2 more that had come in.
Mm-hmm.
And this individual is going to turn its attention to just to the side of the doorway, kind of along the wall, not bringing out a weapon, but instead is going to begin spider climbing up the wall and up along the ceiling, up along the ceiling towards you, kind of using all of their movement to try and close in, and they're currently up on the ceiling. Pretty much above where you guys are, just about to where you are at the moment, and is just kind of lingering there, but doesn't take an attack at this moment. Which brings us to individual number 3, which is the last of them before the turn comes around. This individual was one of the original ones in the room, and is going to begin running towards you guys. Well, with Sam being down, sees Ocean trying to kind of sneak past the blinded individual. Is going to run at you, Ocean, and attempt. See if it hits. Attempt. Natural 1. So you glance back as this one begins running at you, and you're kind of like sideways. Your arms are kind of stretched out a little bit, and you see as this last one is kind of running towards you, tries to get hold of your arm, and then like lash out at you, but not with a weapon. Instead, what you see are 2 sharp fangs coming out in your direction that you are able to just kind of duck out of the way of as the snapping of teeth come together and then miss entirely. You are able to kind of duck out of the way, but you are very clearly able to see what look like very unhuman fangs that were directed at you. And that is its turn. Now you have 2 individuals that are pretty much kind of there with you guys, as well as the blind one. You've got the spider climb one above you, and you've got 2 more archers that are further away in the room. We are back to the top of the round. Sam?
Pipra, we just lost Sam.
I am going to go ahead and
All right, yeah.
in secret roll your first death save.
Do
Sam,
we want to potentially help these people out?
Sam, as you are, as you take that blow that sends you down, what is going through Sam's mind?
This is not what how I wanted this day to go.
All right.
Out of all places, this is not the place I ever thought I would die at.
Okay. First roll has been made.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Hera, you are aware that there is no longer a connection to Sam. We are to Ocean here, however, after that first round, and Hera, you kind of sensing that and communing with Pipra, you guys have this short moment here between rounds of combat. How are you guys reacting? What are you doing? How is it? What's going on upstairs?
Sam just went down and it's just Ocean. I'm not sure how many of those guys are down there still.
We better go help them.
I think we need to.
I have a plan.
Do tell?
I'm going to pull out the item given by the queen
Mm-hmm.
and pretend that these were some troublemakers we were looking for and take them into custody. See if we can get out of here in one piece.
Are you telling it to Hera?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I certainly already tried that. But no harm in trying again, I suppose. Let's go.
Wait, did I miss when you tried that?
Hera
Might have been on the
tried
phone.
impersonating this group specifically. Tried being one of them to
Oh.
get past.
Okay, then.
Different from.
Yeah, I was on
There
the
it
phone,
is.
so I didn't hear that part. So
Yeah.
I would play
Great
it
minds,
differently
though.
then. We're in such a pickle.
This is the biggest pickle you guys have been in all campaign, I think.
I think
Outside
so.
of
Guys
outside of
are
maybe
The
KBN's.
Manson was a little bit pickly, though.
It's true.
Yeah.
I think
I don't know
closest
how
you've
we
been to
get
this is
back in here to try that
yeah.
portal.
I am dead at or I'm dying at the moment, but
I know.
I feel like our best strategy is just dragging me out of there, or not, in some way, like removing the guard who stands between us, and then just dragging
I
me
have
out
a
of there
couple of
and through the
things
portal.
can
Yeah.
remove guards.
Yeah,
Are they
I
armed?
am
at
well
all with,
aware.
like armor? Are they
What's up?
like? Do they have armor on, like metal armor?
It's not metal. It's very light, agile kind of stuff.
Okay, right,
all
got it.
kind of darker leathers and kind of cloth wrapped around and stuff.
Okay, noted. And how long till me and Pipra can get there?
Assuming you guys are dashing to get there, you could be there. I would say by the time Sam has gone down and you guys make that connection and you decide to get down there, we'll say probably just after Ocean's turn here, you guys can be arriving to the scene.
Just after Ocean's turn, got it. And that's
Go
when
ahead
we'll
and
get to make our action, or
yeah, go ahead and both roll initiative to see which one of you goes first when you get there.
natural 20.
And
Yep. So you two are making your way down. Are you was there any communication to Ocean or no?
I'll send communique ahead. I'll go. Ocean, we're on our way. Make your way towards us if you can. We're gonna try and get Sam to.
Hearing this, Ocean, it is your turn. Sam has just gone down, and you are aware. You are engaged by 3 in melee range, 1 up on the ceiling above you, who is not within melee, but is there, and you've got the 2 archers about 20 feet away.
3 within melee? Would that mean if I go further, they have an opportunity attack?
I would say only the one who tried biting in your direction is close enough for that. The other one's blind, so he's not going to get one. And the third one is more so, like, close, but not quite that close, I would say. Because that one was more so with Sam, so... I would say you would have 1 attack made your way trying to disengage.
Alright. Then I'm trying to get up there.
Okay. Gonna bolt for it. The one that attempted to bite at you is going to go ahead and try it again. And that is going to be a 21 to hit.
Yep,
which I assume it's okay. So you're gonna take
55.
You're gonna take 9 points of piercing damage as you feel the fangs kind of reach out in your direction. As you turn to run, you feel kind of in your side, kind of towards your back. You feel this sharp pain as 2 fangs kind of reach into your side. You take that 9 points of piercing damage, and you take 5 points of necrotic damage. Your maximum hit points are reduced by 5 for now.
Oh, there's vampire stuff happening right now.
Yes, there is.
Okay.
I
How
mean,
would
Do you know how to-
Fires
D&D
a
Beyond?
vampire as their bouncer.
So,
No clue.
if you click on max on your HP where it says 39,
Yep.
there should be a thing that comes up. There is a max HP modifier. I think if you just make that like -5, and then it should be like a temporary thing that can be changed later. So that just means if you were fully healed, it would be a little less than full. Anyway, you are able to disengage taking that, and you are able to then pass the blind one, make your way up to the stairs. By the time you disengage with that one, you are at the top of the stairs as Pippa and Hera are there, and you are all kind of coming together there as they're making their way, I'm assuming, past you and down. Is that what you two are doing?
Yes. Did I use my main action for that, or?
No. You don't have to. So
still use.
You could have an action before you run up there, yeah, or after you run up there if you want.
After is preferable.
Okay. What would you like to use your action for?
That action would be to cast Reaching Vines on the Fang individual.
All right. So as you're running up the stairs. Pull that one up real quick. Okay. All right. So, go ahead and roll to hit. D20 plus your spell attack, so +6. See if it.
I think that was a natural 20. Yep.
All right. In that case, go ahead and roll 1d6. Take that number and times it by 2. Actually, wait, you are level 6, so it'll be 2d6, whatever that is, times it by 2.
Wait, did you say 1 or 2d6?
2d6, since
2d6?
you are a high enough level now, yeah.
That times 2. Yeah? That times 2. So
Yep.
I roll 6. That would be 12 then.
Okay. That puts us here. And then dex save to see if this fails the save. So this individual is currently restrained by these vines that had sprout up from the ground. Restrained for a minute. Which means he has no movement speed and is kind of stuck there at the base of the stairs. So, does that end your turn? Any bonus action, or is that it?
That would end my turn.
Okay. That brings us to Hera. As you run past Ocean, make your way down the stairs, you see there is an individual who is kind of the initial one at the bottom of the stairs, kind of reaching up around his eyes, very confused and not with any weapons drawn at the moment. You see another one of these individuals who is restrained by some vines that had sprouted up from the ground, and they're pretty close to each other, kind of blocking most of the way through. Through that little gap between them, you can see where Sam is currently unconscious on the ground. Next to Sam, you see a third individual who is just kind of standing there, weapon drawn, with a short sword. You do see there is one of the individuals upside down on the ceiling, above where this commotion is happening, and then down the way, you can see, from where you are as you're coming down the stairs, about 30 feet away from where you are, 2 more archers, bows in hand.
Okay, that's gonna be a
This
problem.
is a pickle if you've ever seen one.
This is a pickle. Okay, Sam's there. The two they're on the stairwell, right?
They're
close
it's
together.
basically the
Pretty-
equivalent of being like on the first or second stair up, and there's like
Okay.
there's no banister,
Sam's
it's
on the
like
ground
walls
floor?
on either side. Sam is just past them, not on stairs, but at the very base of it, lying down.
Okay. Tell me if it's possible to reach through them and make physical contact with Sam, even if it's just a finger, to make physical contact with them.
I would say it's not impossible,
Okay.
and you can certainly try.
Okay. The first thing I'm gonna do is I am going to make contact with the two individuals, the one blind one and the one person that was just accosting Ocean.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast 3rd level Sickening Touch, twinned.
All right.
At 3rd level,
Yes.
it
That's a lot of sorcery
deals-
points.
Me?
Yeah.
Sorcery points I have actually got plenty of right now. I'm quite freshly rested.
Nice.
I casted a 3rd level spell earlier, but I still have 2 left, not including the one that I'm about to use. Righty, I'm going to roll to hit with this. It's 5d10 damage on a success for both of them.
That is true.
Does an 11 hit either of them?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, that's a wasted slot then. Okay. In which case, I want to try and just reach through after failing to grab either of these individuals. Wait. For the twin spell,
Yeah.
would I be rolling at advantage against the blind guy?
I would say it being melee, yeah. Because, I mean, there's
Okay,
no way
so
he
it
can...
definitely missed the other guy, but
Yeah.
this guy might still get it. Hang on. 19 to hit?
That hits.
Okay, he takes... 32 points of poison damage, or is that poison? 32 points of poison damage, yep.
Okay.
That's a lot.
I'm the blaster caster.
Okay, what's the con save to be poisoned or not?
Oh yeah, con save. There is one for that, isn't there? For me, my con save is 15, and it needs to be, yeah.
Okay. Failed, so is also poisoned.
Fantastic.
And blind at the same time, not having a good day.
Poisoned, blind.
It's a bad day.
Bad day, but not currently as bad as Sam's day.
Well, that's fair.
All right. Any bonus action, Hera?
Indeed. I'm quickening a restore health at 2nd level in order to try and get Sam back on his feet.
All right. You said quickening restore health, yes?
Yeah, quickening restore health.
Okay. So to try and reach out and get to Sam, go ahead and make a dex check.
I'm gonna do it with chaotic intervention enabled.
Yep.
Dex check coming. Uh, 19.
All right. You are able to do so and get the spell off. How much
Right.
does Sam heal for?
You've got 16 hit points.
Thank you. Greatly.
I'm gonna use the rest of my action to retreat as far as I can.
Okay. I will say you will, to disengage, the one who is restrained will have a... No more reaction because they already used one. Okay, you're good.
Okay.
You are good. The blind one off, I mean, he's useless at the moment.
Yeah, he can't really do much right now.
So you start making your way back up the stairs, and Sam, you are able to see as you kind of come back to and gather consciousness. You see Hera kind of bolting back up the stairs. You can see around you as you're on the floor, an individual, one of these individuals just trapped by the vines that had reached up and grabbed around its feet, kind of keeping it stationary. You can see another one, the one that you recognize as being initially at the stairs, is kind of still reaching around the eyes and is kind of hunched over, reacting to probably something that Hera did, you can imagine. And you see straight above you from the ground, up on the ceiling, looking down at you, one of these individuals who is just kind of spider climbed up to the ceiling. You've got the one who laid the blow that put you down, who is standing up, kind of looking over you. And you can see off in the distance the two archers about 20 feet away. However,
did you roll my chaos magic checks, or do you want me to do it?
I have you covered. You are good.
Cool.
This is definitely at a weird point. I think it's about if I pause, because we are an entire round of bad guys before we get to Sam's turn at this point.
Oh no.
So the sixth individual, who is one of the archers are number 5 and number 6, just for the sake of me calling them numbers.
Can I pretend to still be down?
Make a deception check.
Let's go. Watch this be a nat one, and I'll just do the like cartoony sticking out the tongue. Okay, not too bad. And deception is, there you are, 14.
Okay. I'm going to roll against that with each of these guys as their turn begins.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so the archer, person number 6, is going to take their turn to not realize that you are back up, and they are going to fire an arrow towards Hera, who is halfway up the staircase at this point, to try and get an attack off of there. That is going to be... where are we? Does a dirty 20 hit? I think so.
Dirty 20 absolutely hits.
Okay. So Hera, you are going to take 8 points of piercing damage for that one.
Youch.
And the second one is going to be probably not an 8 to hit. I assume that misses.
No, misses. Yeah.
Okay, so that is the first archer. The next individual number 2, who is currently the individual number 2 is the one with the sword who had downed Sam, and this individual does not have any idea that you are back up, and this one is going to... This one is going to attempt to help the other one get unstuck by using its action and making a strength check to try and break the vines from the other one being restrained, I'll say, as it's kind of hard to reach Hera in a melee sense at this point. So, strength check fails. Alright, so that's that one's turn. That brings us to number 1, blind and poisoned. Does anyone know at the top of their head what amount of damage is poison is start or end of each turn? I am trying to remember the poisoned effect.
The poisoned one is the blind one, I think.
Yep. I just mean it's that one's turn.
Oh, right.
Yeah, because they're poisoned.
I think it's beginning, but I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I can't even remember how much damage it is. It doesn't say on the
I know.
spell there.
I'm looking up the poisoned effect. See here.
And I think it's like a D4.
Yeah, something like that. Oh wait, it's no damage, it's disadvantage on attack and ability checks. Is what it says.
Oh, he's not having a good time.
Double disadvantage. You got 5 cases of disadvantage. Okay, so blinded and poisoned one is going to, at not seeing anything, but hearing all of the commotion, again, just lash out and just make an attack at disadvantage, not realizing that the only person that's there to attack is 2 of his friends. So we're gonna see.
Nice.
And we'll also say it is the start of its turn, so... the start of his turn, a little something something. Okay. Attack with disadvantage. Natural 1. Second attack with disadvantage. Like a 9, not good enough. So you guys, Sam, you're able to, you're like doing the opening one eye barely as you're pretending to be dead, just kind of keep an eye. You see as he's just frustrated and just like starts just lashing out just in the air, just can't hit anything. It's just like just a child throwing a fit right now, unable to do anything useful whatsoever. Which brings us to number 4. And number 4 is the ceiling climber. All right. So number 4, spider climbing up on the ceiling, is going to not realize that Sam is up and continue.
It's too good of a performance. I should get.
Yeah, it is. It is. Continue to crawl along the ceiling towards where the staircase kind of goes up, and as this person reaches kind of where the staircase starts, the wall kind of goes from a ceiling into like another wall for the staircase kind of area. So they kind of start going back up at like a 90-degree angle and kind of along the way that the staircase kind of angles to the left. And at this point is within view of, it is like, in terms of where Hera is just further up the staircase, kind of ignoring Hera. And in terms of like distance, it's like if Hera was to reach up like full wingspan, it would probably still have another like 2 or 3 feet to where on the side of the wall this creature is. It's kind of like a tall staircase kind of hall thing. I don't even know what to call it. But now is within view of Pipra and Ocean there, and you guys can see this individual kind of crawling along the wall. They're going to use all their movement to get up and around that corner, and then down onto their feet, and from there that is all of their movement, so that's going to end their turn because it was yep, that's going to end their turn. So you guys have one on the second floor with you. Number 5, another one of the archers, does realize that Sam has been revived. And this archer I guess let's find out who this archer goes for. This archer is going to go ahead and fire some shots at Sam. However, it will be a disadvantage because you're prone. So, okay, natural 1 on the first one.
Amazing.
Okay, natural 3 on the second one. Neither one are going to hit. Arrows just into the floor next to you. You kind of hear as and you like instinctually kind of like have that like tensing up as you hear the
I've
arrows.
dodged enough of the guard's attacks. Time to actually make a move. Can't be lying here all day.
Okay, so after that archer, we are down to the last one of them before the top of the turn. Number 3.
Right.
Number 3 being the restrained one. The restrained one does realize that you are up, however, has no movement speed, and at that is kind of just left to sit there until something happens. At the start of this one's turn, though, you can see where like around the legs of this creature had kind of like torn through some of the armor and kind of like clothing around the legs, and it was a little bloodied. You can see as that kind of at the start of this turn kind of mends a little bit for this creature. They're still restrained, but like a lot of what had scuffed and scratched up their legs from that attack has kind of healed over for the most part. And that brings us to the top of the turn. Sam, you are up.
Nice. Amazing. Okay.
Where am I in turn order?
Oh, yep. Go ahead and go, Pipra.
I was gonna say that was
yeah.
a full round, and I did.
When we're back.
1.
Hopefully it holds itself together. But full on upload speed crash. Okay. Anyway, yeah, Pipra, go ahead.
How far am I away from everyone?
It's not up for me.
Did you refresh? Okay.
No, it is.
I
did, but
you can use. You are basically at the top of the flight of stairs. So up here with you is Ocean, and you can see Hera is on the little landing that marks kind of halfway down the stairs where it turns and kind of faces the open room. So with your movement, you can get to the bottom of the stairs where all the commotion is, without dashing or anything if you were aiming to go down there. But currently you see 2 of them. we'll say for the sake of your turn having happened before those, the one who had climbed up along the wall to get up on the second floor hasn't done so yet.
Okay. How far away am I from Sam?
Is this at the start of your turn, or assuming you go down the stairs?
From start of turn, and then I'll move if I need to.
Sam is not currently in view at the start of your turn.
Okay.
You'd have to get to the landing where Hera is, because it's like walled off on either side of the staircase as you go.
Okay.
It's not like open.
Then I head down.
Okay. To the landing or further?
Can I see from the landing?
Yes. You can see
How
that
far away?
down the rest of the stairs, we're talking probably 12 to 15 feet diagonally.
Okay.
And also on the other side of what is now effectively 3 of the other people. Sam is currently still on the ground.
I cast haste on Sam.
Good luck, Sam.
This is all I can do to help you. You
Thank you.
will.
I like
If a
it.
willing creature can see within range.
I like
Until the
it.
spell ends, the target speed is doubled. It gains +2 bonus to AC. It has advantage on dexterity saving throws. It gains additional action on each of its turn. That action can be used only to take the attack, dash, disengage, hide, or use object action.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. Where's the length of the spell? I don't see it on there. Up to a minute.
Concentration
Yep.
up to a minute.
Okay. So we'll have that, and then the rest of the turn goes as it does. So, any bonus action, Pipra, before you're done? Do you go back up the stairs with the rest of your movement? What are you thinking?
I head back up and say to Hera, we need to prep the circle.
Okay. So you are able to make it to the top of the stairs. Hera is halfway up on the flight. Ocean is in the hallway on the second floor, closest one to the attic. You have the spider climb one, also known as number 4, who is currently on the second floor, having climbed up around the wall and now on their feet on the second floor, currently between Ocean and Pipra. On the staircase, you have blind poison useless one, who is just kind of in the way. You have restrained by the vine, and blind poison one is number 1. Restrained individual is number 3, and they're right next to poisoned person. Number 2 is a part of this kind of 3-person cluster there right next to where Sam is down. And that one tried to get the restrained one free, but failed. So there's some bodies there, kind of in the way, living bodies. Then we have Sam, who is basically right with those 3, just kind of on the ground at their feet. And then you have the 2 archers, who are numbers 5 and 6, about 20 feet back, keeping their distance at the moment. Sam, it is your turn with haste.
Amazing. It is an action to become unprone, right?
Not an action, half your movement, but
Okay.
with haste, does it double your movement also? Yeah, so,
1/4.
I won't, yeah, I'll say it's 1/4, not half of your doubled.
Mhm.
So,
In that case, I'm gonna stand up, frightening everyone who thought I was dead.
yeah, okay.
Then I'm
He
gonna
is risen.
My death was greatly exaggerated.
Lisan al-Gaib.
Then I will disengage.
Okay.
The one standing above my would-be corpse. I'm gonna try to just run up the staircase as fast as
You're gonna try
as
to push
fast as
through
I
'em?
can. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would you like to use your action to try and push through them, which would give you a better chance than just relying on your movement speed and check? Okay.
Yeah, since I have. What could that action that haste gave me be used for?
I would say, because you have an additional action for this, you can go ahead and do 2 strength checks to push through, and it'll just count towards like the group of them combined.
Okay. But do I not need one to do disengage?
Yeah, I was gonna say the haste could
Oh,
be
you can.
disengaged.
Yeah,
because
you're actually using
and then
disengage.
my standard action is.
Yep. In that case, go ahead and use your action to make a strength check, and it will be better than if it was just on movement or DC wise and all that.
Ooh, that is a. Where's my? I have too many pages. Unnatural 20.
Ooh.
All right. With that, you stand up, you use one of your actions to disengage so that you don't take another hit, and you push through the blind and poisoned one and restrained one that are in your way. And you are able to just get through where the both of them are and begin making your way up the stairs. With your increased movement speed, you're able to dart by Hera and get up to the top of the staircase. You are pretty much right there with Pipra at this point, because you had to use a chunk of it to get up. And with that, any bonus action?
I still have my bonus actions. I'm just gonna cast level 1 steel skin on myself for that little bit of extra temporary.
You already have +2. Oh, steel skin's health, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. I was mixing up with bark skin. My bad.
Okay. All right. That brings
that's
us.
a lot of AC.
That brings us to Ocean.
Well,
You are in the hallway on the second floor, closest to the ladder to take you up. There is one of the baddies in between you and the rest of the group who are making their way up. You do see that Sam has made it up the stairs at this point. You are not in melee with the baddie in the hallway at the moment.
Okay, I will try and go up the ladder, and while I do that, I wanna cast some reaching vines again to that individual closest to me.
All right. So, just so you're aware, since it is concentration, it would break the original one. So the other guy that you initially got restrained.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you could still choose to do so, or you could decide something different if you want.
Yeah, maybe not the best move then.
If you keep him restrained and with his dex save ability low, I have something planned in literally next turn.
Okay.
I think everyone's clear of downstairs, right?
At this point, the closest one to downstairs is you on the landing.
Perfect. Amazing.
I didn't ask how far away they were. I said I cast Fireball.
Yeah.
Well, can I already go up the ladder fully with my move and still be able to cast a spell? Like down.
Yeah, you don't need to dash to get up there. You can use your movement to get up to the top.
Yep. Okay, so I want to go up to the top.
Okay.
Through the trapdoor, I want to cast blindness to that individual again.
The one in the hallway?
The one closest to me. The one on the stairs.
Dude, I am so surprised that blindness deafness isn't concentration. Okay. So the one that is, you said the one that is up there with you guys on the second floor, or a different
one? The one who's up.
Okay, yeah,
like
the one
closest to me.
Got it. Okay. That is
on 14.
On 14. Let's see what they roll. Fail. Blindness, nice. I'm assuming over deafness.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you guys are able to see as Ocean darts for the ladder, and as climbing up the ladder is able to kind of get a spell off in the direction you see as this individual who just got done spider climbing up there now kind of looks around frantically and similarly kind of reaches up towards the eyes as this kind of darker sort of almost mistiness kind of starts clouding their eyes, you can see, similarly to the one downstairs. Anything else on your turn, Ocean, or getting up the ladder, and that's the end of your turn?
I want to get away as far as possible.
Okay. So you are up the ladder, and you are able to get 1 or 2 steps further along in the attic towards the circle. That brings us to Hera, and then Pipra. Say the words.
I have 1 third level spell slot left. It's a fireball. Do I have enough space between me and the opposite wall to cast a fireball, engulf all 6 of them, but still leave myself unsinged?
What is the range on the fire? It's a 20-foot sphere, is that right?
Yep, that's right.
So from the angle you're looking at, there's no good like wall that you would want to shoot it at. It would rather be like at the crowd / floor around the base of the stairs.
That's what I'm doing.
The length between the landing where you are standing and the base of the stairs where most of this crowd is about 12 to 15 feet. So a hit there would... Yeah, you'd be just in range.
Worth. I'm gonna cast.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm casting. Right. Fireball. Oh, I love the sound of all those dice going. 27 damage, and it's a dex save for 15.
Okay, so this is gonna hit everyone but the archers.
I make my own save.
Yep. Okay, so this will be, what was the full damage?
27's full.
And this one, the first 2 both rolled nat ones.
Good stuff.
Okay. That one saves. That one saves. And then the other 2 weren't hit by. Okay. Also, need to roll. Oh. Okay, so you cast this fireball. Okay. You cast the fireball, and it seems to go to plan. But something felt weird about it. But anyway, they took damage.
Okay.
So
something
is there anything
felt
else?
Weird about it.
Is there anything else? Something felt weird about when you release the spell, you just
Okay.
feel normal. Something happened.
Okay, something happened. Gonna turn to the others and say, something just happened. And I'm gonna quicken another one.
Okay.
Did the guy on the roof, the little spider dude, is he still unsinged by that fireball?
He is on the second floor with the others at this point. He had spider climbed up along the wall and gotten back
I want
over there.
a chaos bolt on him immediately. Then I'm gonna quicken a chaos bolt and send it in his direction. I'm running low of sorcery points now.
So I assume you're using your movement to get up the stairs to then see him at that point?
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
I'll do, yeah.
Okay. So you'll be there with Sam and Pipra. Okay.
Quicken Chaos Bolt. This is going towards this guy. Hang on a minute. It would have been a natural 20 if I wasn't rolling with disadvantage. But it's 19. Does that hit?
19 does indeed hit.
Okay, I'm just going to roll again to get rid of the natural 20 effect there. At second level... what's the thing here?
Do we know what damage type it is yet?
No, I have to roll my 2d8s first. Oh, I do get to recast this now and choose another target because it leaps. But it is definitely thunder damage. So it is 16 plus... how many d6s at this level? 2d6. So it's 21 thunder damage, and then it's going to also try and spring from that guy to the blind guy.
The blind guy would be all the way down the stairs. He is the blind guy, the spider climb one. The newly blinded one.
Is he the only...
Within the top of the stairs, he's the only one up there. The rest are at the bottom of the stairs.
Hit him again then. That's fine. It's gonna hit him again. Natural 1 to hit though, so never mind.
Okay. So total damage being
21 thunder.
Okay. As you unleash this spell and the thunder damage takes hold, you feel as though it had a lot stronger of an impact than you were expecting, and he takes 42 damage, thunder damage.
Oh.
Because you rolled extra damage on chaos magic. Okay.
Oh! Okay!
So...
Blaster caster.
Blaster caster.
Okay. So this blinded individual up here is reaching at the eyes, trying to figure out why blinded, and then just gets pummeled by this huge wave of thunder damage, and it kind of stumbles over a little bit and is looking a lot rougher than they were just a little bit ago. And at this point, Pipra, it is your turn. You, Sam, and Hera are just at the top of the stairs. This blinded and now blasted individual is between you guys and the ladder, and you know Ocean already went up.
I'm dashing to get up the ladder.
Okay. You are able to do so. Any bonus action? With a dash, you're able to get to the ladder, get up it, and then get past Ocean. You are able to get just to the start of the circle.
Okay. Would it be a bonus action or a full action to like cut my hand a bit in preparation first, prepping this circle?
I would say just to draw some blood to be ready, you can do that as a bonus action.
Okay. I do that.
Okay. That brings us then to the first archer. You guys can't see at the moment. Okay. That'll then bring us to number 2. Okay. Number 1. What was your con save again on the blindness, Ocean, for the first guy? to see if he is unblinded.
14.
14?
He's also got disadvantage from my poison from earlier.
That's right. Well, he rolled a nat 14 and then a nat 20, so he will no longer be blinded at the end of his turn. However,
unfortunate.
At the start of his turn, lashing out. Wow. He actually hit one of the others. And that'll be... okay. And second attack. Nope. Alright. So he hit one of the other guys and is now no longer blinded, just poisoned. Can finally see again. And that brings us to number 4, who is the one that is upstairs with you guys. Number 4 is blinded and feeling the damage, but it is the start of its turn, so we're going to regenerate a little bit. And not being able to see. Yeah, all it can really do is just kind of lash out. So it is going to lash out as Hera and Sam are still nearby. It'll be a disadvantage towards, probably towards Sam, since you were the first one up this. You were there before Hera was, so. Natural 2, and oh wow. It's a good thing it's disadvantage. Otherwise, it would have been a nat 20. Does a 24 hit with your current buffs?
Yeah.
Okay, that one will do.
Sorry, it was
disadvantage because of blindness. Rolled a 20 and an 18 before bonuses
So
on
he's
the
got
attack.
+6.
I thought you said 2, and I was like, huh?
No, 2
How
was the
did he
first
have
one.
that much?
It's got 2 attacks. 2 was the first one I missed.
Okay. I was so confused. I was like, what kind of bonuses?
Okay, you take 10 points of slashing from that.
Right.
And that is its turn. Now, from that is clearly like within melee, however, blind and therefore not able to take an opportunity attack if it were to present itself. That brings us to the other archer. You guys can't see at the moment. Okay. All right. Ocean, it is at this point that you sense that the reaching vines that you initially cast have been broken. As in, the person is no longer restrained.
Edge.
That brings us to number 3. Number 3 is the one who was restrained. So this one, you guys hear as you hear the footsteps as one of them starts making their way up the stairs. At this point, finally, gets onto the landing and then starts kind of running up the rest of them. This one is going to, at Hera, who is behind Sam, going to try and make a bite attack in your direction. It is going to be a dirty 20.
Hits.
Okay, so you hear as this is all going on upstairs, you cast the Chaos Bolt and the thunderous damage. It goes crazy on the one upstairs, and then it begins lashing out in its blind fit of rage and manages to just strike Sam a little bit in front of you. And as this is happening, you're caught off guard ever so slightly, and it's a little too late before you notice that behind you, one of them had run up the stairs, and you turn and you see these fangs lashing out in your direction, and it is going to get a solid grip into kind of your shoulder area as you take 6 points of piercing.
Ooh.
Plus 6 points of necrotic.
Oh, that's not good.
Your maximum hit points is reduced by 6.
Okay. No.
Yes, okay. That is its turn. This one is not blinded and is now within melee range of specifically you, Hera, but not quite Sam.
Okay.
That brings us to the top of the round with Sam. At this point, Pipra and Ocean have disappeared up into the attic. It is you and Hera. The one right in front of you is blind and effectively useless. And then there is the one who had just gone to the top of the stairs next to Hera. Hera, at this point, you notice got attacked by the one that ran up the stairs, and you do notice that, Hera, are you still up?
I'm up by 5 hit points.
Okay, you notice that Hera is looking rough at the moment.
I'm guessing haste was just for the last turn.
No, you still have it.
No,
I still have it. Amazing.
it's concentration
Yep.
for a minute.
Cool.
Oh yeah, Pipra, real quick, roll a concentration check for drawing the blood. We're talking like 1 hit point. We're just roll anything but a nat 1 to see if your concentration holds.
Why did you jinx me?
Did you roll a nat 1?
Doesn't the
Yes.
concentration check only apply if the damage is above your concentration, or am I just pulling that out of absolutely nowhere?
That's usually the DC as far as I'm aware. I just wanted to see, for the sake of it just being a little bit, like a 2 would have succeeded. Okay.
Why'd you jinx me?
All right, you felt as you started prepping, your focus was entirely on the circle, and just for that split second, as you're focusing on prepping for the circle, the spell, you feel the spell fade. And Sam, you would be aware as well. You're not clueless to the situation.
Yeah. How far is it between Harris and my turns?
Ocean has a turn in between us, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Then I should just be able to quickly heal her and then follow the others up to the attic.
I'm planning on cannibalizing a 2nd level spell slot so that I can still cast one last fireball down, just in case it helps your guilt on not doing damage.
Amazing. In that case, I'm going to can I run up to Hera without getting in melee range of the...
You are already right next to each other.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. I'm just going to cast Cure Wounds. That's surprisingly low. You heal 6 hit points.
I heal 6. Yep.
Something at right.
It's better than nothing.
Yeah. What the heck? You got some temporary hit points too. And 4 temporary hit points.
4 temp hit points. Thank you very much.
And then I'm going to bolt for the ladder.
Okay.
Good call.
You will be able to, as the blinded one in front of you cannot take an opportunity attack as being blind, you can make it to the ladder and make it just to the top with your movement.
Amazing.
And that leaves Hera down there. Ocean, it is your turn, as you have seen Pipra just go by you and draw some blood to start prepping for opening this portal. You see as Sam is just getting up the ladder. What do you wish to do? And you may, if you want, you may use your action to assist in opening said portal.
Can I just, as a little gesture, just reach out my hand to pull Sam up,
Mhm.
to help him up,
Mhm.
and then move forward to Pipra and help.
Okay.
If that's possible.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just need help getting the stones or whatever the things are to me so I can put blood on them.
Yes.
Okay. So that will make the portal opening go smoother and faster. With that, I'm assuming that's your turn then, Ocean, to help with that?
Yes.
Okay. That brings us to Hera.
Okay.
You are the last one on the second floor. All of your party is in the attic.
And is the ladder like right there as well? Is that something that's...
It's not right there, but you can get there and just up to the top using 1 round of movement.
Okay, I'm gonna use that 1 round of movement to get there.
Okay. You do have the blind useless one, which can't do anything, but you do have the other one that bit you that would have an opportunity attack.
That's true. If I attack him first, does he still get that attack? I can't remember what the rules on
Yes.
meleeing are.
If you're moving
Okay.
out of melee range, because he hasn't
Is
used
he
his
also
reaction.
the one that's looking a bit rough, or is he...
No, that's the blind one.
Okay. I'm gonna have to just go for it with my remaining 15
Okay.
hit points. Right. I'm going for it.
Full send.
Full send. I
All
either
right.
die or I don't.
It is moment we've been waiting for. All right, is gonna lash out and attempt to take advantage of this opportunity. What is Hera thinking in this moment of potential?
Hera sees that she's done her job. She's the last one still down, and it's time to extract. She's thinking, mentally preparing the energy shift in her mind from 2nd to 3rd level with her last 2 remaining sorcery points, and is ready to give them a very fiery goodbye once she's up there. So she's clinging on for that moment.
Okay. All right. As you go to dart away from the one who had bit you before, it pulls back and it attempts to reach out with its left arm and grab hold of you, and for a moment it gets hold of your forearm and tries to like keep you from running out and lashes out for another bite. And just before it can strike, you're able to pull free and continue down the hallway and get to the ladder. And you, I'm assuming you wish to use your action as you are getting up the ladder.
I do indeed. Once I'm up the ladder, I'm going to have cannibalized that last 2nd level spell slot on all of my remaining sorcery points, and it's going to be 1 final 3rd level fireball.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that.
That's a 31.
What's the DC again?
15 DC, and I want to just get as many of them in it as I possibly can.
It's gonna be... Yeah, actually... Yeah, you could cast it against the back of the wall above the landing of the staircase, which would get those at the top, and then you assume would get more towards the bottom of the staircase that you can't see.
Okay. I'm happy enough to make that assumption.
Okay. All right. Save. Fail. 31 damage.
31 damage.
All right. You let go the fireball into the backdrop there, and as you're climbing the rest of the way up the ladder and you can glance through, you see that one of the one of the two that were at the top of the staircase has fallen to the ground. The other one still standing. You can see one just kind of rounding the corner around the landing there, looking quite singed as well. And there's, you know, little tiny lingering bits of flame that are starting to die out just kind of around the area from everywhere that was impacted by it. And of course, the loud, thunderous noise from the fireball to follow very shortly after the original one that had gone to very much, you know, awaken everyone on the block, so to say. You make it up the ladder, and at this point you are all in the attic. What is the course of action in this brief moment as you are all up here? Hera, you have just climbed up the ladder
Any
as
way
the last
to
one.
push the ladder down so that they can't follow us?
You can pull the ladder up and close the hatch.
Yeah. I was gonna
That's
suggest
probably
that.
the plan then, but I'm not sure. I've used my bonus. Well, no, if it's a bonus action to do that, I can still do it. But
I'll say at this moment we are in like a pseudo non-initiative kind of thing, as everyone has this
I'm
very
pulling
brief
that
moment.
up and, yeah,
I'll
pulling that up and
help
getting it
Hera.
closed.
Okay, so you pull the rope ladder up. The hatch is from where you guys are up above. It opens kind of upward into the attic. So you pull the rope up, and then you kind of close the hatch downward. For them to open it, they would have to push it open, like push it into the attic to get it open. And so you're aware of how it opens. I assume Pipra and Ocean are working on prepping the circle.
Yes.
Okay. So the door gets closed by half of the party, and the ritual circle is being prepped at this point between Osha and Pipra. As the 1 or 2 moments in which this happens drag on, and the anxiety fills the air. Eventually, the last rune is activated, and you guys all hear this kind of sound of this whooshing sound, kind of like wind for a second, like it found a way to permeate the walls of the attic and kind of seep through. This kind of breeze comes over and everything kind of kicks up just a little bit, and you direct your attention towards the where the circle is, and hovering maybe a foot off the ground, and in a kind of a tall, almost oval-like shape, but very kind of staticky and like distorted in the air, is this like bluish purple, just kind of fully opaque floating bit of magic that you can't really make much of, as it kind of illuminates more light into the room from it, and you get the idea that this is indeed the portal that you are looking for. What do you do?
Go through.
In the portal.
Everyone, hurry.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
You guys have 10 seconds once the portal opens, and you quickly, one by one, make your way, and just trust that when you interact with this magical force that you will be transported to wherever it leads on the other side. As you one by one make your way through, who would be the last one in, do you think?
It's probably me or Sam, having
Yeah.
dealt with the ladder.
Okay. We'll say, for the sake of this, that it's Hera.
Okay.
As Sam goes through and Hera is about to be the last one to step through, just one thought comes to mind. And that is that you don't know where you're going, and you don't know how Kulan is going to find out. And that is where we end today's session.
Amazing.
I will say,
Colonic
as soon as
section.
everyone's through, on the other side, I'm assuming that there's also a star and like runes.
I guess you'll see in the next session.
Okay. And I was
Okay,
gonna say
I
I'd
guess
break
we'll
the
see.
break the circle so it can't be used. We'll find out.
That we will.
That way they can't follow.
All right, there it is. Collapse, good session. Everybody, you made it through the You made it through the fun times house.
Yep.
The amount of combat that happened and sketchiness was not anticipated. However, we found a way to fight almost everybody in the building.
Way.
Way.